You've arrived at Paranormal M, where every flickering light has a reason. We explore haunted tales that might just mirror your own experiences. Subscribe and ring the bell. The next story might already be happening to you. Haunted Pizza Hut. I used to work for Pizza Hut for almost 5 years, and I've worked at about 10 different locations. I've had my fair share of encounters at some of them. This story takes place at the first location I ever worked at. It was a new location in a small strip mall, and after being there for a few months, I was promoted to shift manager. Now, when you walked into the store, it was very long, and you could see the back door all the way from the front door. The kitchen was very open. We had a walk-in fridge, and across from the fridge door was the dishwasher. The layout is important to get kind of a visual on how this went down. And on the other side of the fridge, they were the retarder doors. They give you quick access into the fridge. And by the way, that was also next to the dishwasher. So one morning, me and my cook came in, opened the store together. Uniform policy was we had to dress in all black, hat, shirt, pants, and shoes. I was standing at the back door, which was just past the dishwasher and walk-in. Throwing the previous night's trash outside, my cook was knelt down at the retarder doors, putting away product. That's when all of a sudden she came running back to me in a huge panic and asked, "Did you just walk up to the dishwasher and then walk back?" I responded with, "No, I've honestly been back here just chucking all this garbage out the door. Why?" And that's when she told me that while she was knelt down, she saw out of the corner of her eye a black object walk to the dishwasher, stop, turned around, and then walked back to where I was. That was definitely the most terrifying thing to happen to me at that location. But other things, like random objects being moved and hearing the bathroom door open and close, even though I'd be the only person in the whole store, would also always happen. Pop's last visit. Backstory for context. At the age of 3, my grandma was hit by a truck and crushed all the bones, muscles, and nerves in her foot. She had emergency surgery where they took a muscle from her thigh and grafted it to her foot so she could still function. This played a massive role in her life, not being able to walk properly, hold a job for very long, and look after her kids to the full extent. My pop, on the other hand, was a fit man. Even at the age of almost 80, he was still out walking up to 5 kilometers a day. He worked as a builder and a truck driver and a sheet metal fabricator and plastic molder throughout all of his life. He retired and took full care of Grandma at the age of 70. In 2014, Grandma's foot got infected, went into a coma for 13 days. Pop said his goodbyes and went through the hard times. Grandma recovered. In 2015, Grandma's foot got infected again and had to get it amputated. Doctors have her maybe a 20% chance of waking up after the surgery. We all said our goodbyes and we were very sad and preparing for the worst. But Pop just kept making the mood light. He was cheering up all the great grandkids. That was just the kind of person he was. All his family loved him to bits, and he was just the greatest man. Grandma survived again. Through all of this time, Pop was the one that had held the family together when he had every right to be the one hurting the most. In 2017, Pop was diagnosed with asbestos lung cancer from all those years ago that he worked as a builder. He kept his high spirits even at the time when he had been given a time frame. My wife and her family, we live in a different state. So in September of 2017, we video Grandma and Pop and tell them that they're to expect another great grandbaby. Pop burst into tears. He was so excited. He just loved children. All the kids in the neighborhood knew of George. Fast forward to March. We have our little girl, and Pop is so excited to meet her. We pack up the car with our oldest newborn and set out to make the journey to go visit. On our way there, we get a call saying Pop has gone into the hospital and is in bad health. Pop calls us and tells us he's made the hard but necessary decision to not let any of the great-grandkids to see him like that. I still go and visit him, and we have a good chat, and I video call my wife so he can see the baby. He's so heartbroken that he didn't get to hold his youngest, but he knows it was the right decision. That's the kind of person he was. Didn't want baby to get sick from the hospital. A few weeks later, I'm cooking dinner, and my daughter, who's now 3 weeks old, randomly starts hysterically laughing. I think it was her first time really laughing. Not 20 minutes later, we get a phone call from Mom. It's one of those feelings that you know exactly what the call is about. Pop had passed away about a half an hour ago. My wife and I have a cry, but baby can't stop laughing. I know my Pop was there. Finally got to talk and play with his youngest grandbaby. It was his way of saying to us not to be sad. We miss him dearly. I have a picture of him out on the wall so our girls growing up kind of know who he was. I'm so grateful for Pop's last visit. What was it? This story's hard for anybody who didn't really see what happened to believe it. Sometimes it's still hard for me to believe. But I'm hoping somebody on here can relate or explain. About 3 years ago, I was in my hometown with some friends, and it was around 12 at night. We were near these soccer fields in our town. There were 6 of us packed into a vehicle. We were at the top of this hill that overlooked the soccer fields, and at the edge of the fields was a thick tree line. As a group of kids about to head to college after that summer, you can probably imagine what we were all doing there at that time of night. There's one reason nobody believes, really any of us, when we tell them that all 6 of us saw this thing. Anyways, I'm in the middle row of seats, and we're all talking and laughing and just doing our thing. And all of a sudden, the 2 people in the front start to freak out, and I mean like panic. Scared, kind of freaked out. They started saying that we should go, because they saw something really weird in the tree line across from us. We all laughed at them and blew it off and continued what we were doing. A couple of minutes later, the 2 people next to me start to also say that they saw whatever it was in the tree line. And at this point, I'm getting nervous too. I still hadn't seen what they were talking about. I asked what it looked like. They told me it looked like a big blue person. I laughed so hard I thought my friends were all on some kind of trick to make me scared or something. But then they made me keep looking where they had seen the entity. About 2 minutes passed, and as we all sat there in silence waiting, I saw it. Across on the tree line, what looked like a transparent yet solid blue being slowly stepped out of the trees. It looked like there was energy flowing through his human-like body. It was a light yet bold blue color. The entity had to be 7 or 8 feet tall. We all confirmed, and we were all seeing the same thing and described it to each other. The being stood there for a minute, turned around, went into the woods. Waited there in disbelief for a while before deciding we should get out of there. I tell a lot of people about this story in hopes that one day somebody will believe what happened or give some sort of explanation. The first time I had real goosebumps and ran. A couple of years ago, I lived with my parents and a few other family members. I've lived with them for the majority of my life. It was a normal day in the suburbs. Sun was out and it was early afternoon. I vividly remember this day because it was the closest thing I ever had to something paranormal happen to me in my life. I had just taken a shower. I could hear my cousins having lunch downstairs. Now, I know I'm not the only one, but there are times where I talk to myself when I'm alone or even pretend I'm some sort of fictional character, just for the heck of it. Anyway, at this moment, it was one of those moments. Before I continue, I'd like to explain that each room has a ceiling fan, but only my room and the master bedroom are quote-unquote remote-controlled. So I'm walking out of the shower and into my room and jokingly said, "Fan on," out loud, and I kid you not, the ceiling fan started to spin in full force. There's a slight click before the fan turns on, which indicates the remote signaled fan to turn on, and the second I heard that and I saw the fan actually turn on, I felt like the hair on the back of my neck ride, and I ran like a bitch downstairs to where my cousins were. And I was just telling them what happened, and my first instinct was, okay, well, maybe it was a prank and they had the remote. But one, everybody was downstairs, and two, they couldn't have heard me from downstairs anyway. And three, both remotes were not removed from the wall outlet. Note, the remote for each fan's like specific to one fan. As an example, if I took the remote for the master bedroom fan and turned it on in my room, it would just only turn on the master bedroom fan. Till this day, I never knew how this happened at the exact moment I said "fan on" out loud. And come to think of it now, if it was somebody trying to prank me, they wouldn't have known I was going to say that in the first place. Told you it sounds too crazy to be true, but I'm telling you it is. Current experiences in my new apartment. I've always been super sensitive to energy and vibes, if you want to put it that way. Me and my wife just moved into a new apartment about a month ago. It's a small one-bed, one-bath. It's upstairs in a 2-story complex. When we first moved in, I did get some bad energy from the place. I ignored it since both of us loved the look and the layout. And one thing I really noticed really early on is that there's this crawl space in one of our bedroom closets. It's about 2 feet wide, and the lid's too heavy to be moved by anything smaller than a person. The first week or two was chill. We only heard some small noises that we just contributed to our cats being goobers. I thought goobers meant old lady. It started escalating in week 3. We started hearing loud footsteps coming from the ceiling. That's when we have no one living above us. We would even hear it at 1 or 2 a.m., so we know it's not somebody working on the roof. After that, we started hearing cabinets opening and closing. Really similar to how our cats open cabinets, but softer, and it happens when both of our cats are right in front of us. Some stuff has even been moved around. There's this little box we keep in the bathroom. It's been flipped up onto its side. The bathroom door was closed, and neither of the cats were inside. With the way it's shaped, it would be pretty much impossible for it to flip on its own. My wife has seen strange light patterns on the hallway ceiling that seem to come from nowhere, just random beams of light popping into existence. The most recent event happened last night. We're sitting on the couch watching Evil. It's an amazing show, by the way. We heard a loud bang come from her bedroom. Spooked both of us really bad. My hair was standing up on the back of my neck, and I had this gut feeling that something was wrong. I grabbed my gun. We had a break-in scare recently, and I keep it in the living room with us now. It's because my first thought was that somebody had broken into our apartment somehow. I carefully made my way to the bedroom, and I did a basic clear just to make sure that there wasn't anyone there. There wasn't, which honestly kind of scared me more. While I was clearing, I noticed that the lid to the crawl space had been fucking moved. There was a small pile of drywall dust on the shelf under it, and it was ajar. My wife grabbed the step stool from the kitchen so I could look in the crawl space and see if there were any critters up there. I popped it open, and it's only about a foot tall and too small for anybody to fit into. We both ended up sleeping in the living room last night. I talked with my mom this morning to see if she could get her pastor to come bless the house. I'm also wanting to get it saged and have one of my Wiccan friends come by and do her thing. I'm not personally religious myself or very spiritual, but I want to cover my bases. Sorry if the formatting's weird. Never been my strong suit. Do y'all have any thoughts or any recommendations? I played the Ouija board by myself. I've always somewhat believed in the paranormal since I've experienced some things when I was younger, but I won't go into that right now. About 5 or 6 months ago, 2 of my sisters were playing the Ouija board. They asked if I wanted to play it, and at first we were messing around with it because we didn't think it would actually work. Apparently it only started quote-unquote working when I was doing it, or at least doing it with them. They said that it wasn't doing anything or answering questions when only the 2 of them played. We asked basic questions such as, what's your name? And it always responded with different names like Quay or Quo or Key or random gibberish. I do have it written in a notebook somewhere. I don't know where it is. Anyways, the 3 of us did a few sessions over a few weeks, and I wanted to try it by myself. I know you're not supposed to do so, and I kind of regret doing so as well. I set up the board with a candle. They were beside me, and crystals, which my sister's friend gave us. I always played with a crystal in my hand, no clue if that does anything or not, but I'd like to think that it does. I lit the candles and I started playing by myself. Nothing was happening for a while. I closed the session and I tried again inviting spirits or entities and energies to communicate. Again, there's nothing. And I know there are a lot of stories of a Zozo energy associated with the Ouija board, and I have the bright idea of spelling his name out. The weirdest thing is that after I did that, it immediately started to respond to my questions. I'm not saying I contacted Zozo, or if it was a trickster spirit, which I feel like it mostly was probably a trickster. That's about it. I closed the session right after. Didn't really want to communicate to it if it actually was that spirit. A few extra things. Some spirits may seem random, like all of this happened over a month ago. So if you want clarification or have any questions, just comment or DM me. The reason why I think it was most likely a trickster is because of all the gibberish answers it gave us. It kept saying it knew us and they were family to us. It also said I was a psychic, which I have no clue if I am or not. I don't claim to be any sort of medium. It said I was a fallen angel, and then it stated God wasn't real. Also called my sister a bitch. It also claimed it was an angel trying to talk to me. When I was playing by myself, I had a candle lit, and I said, like I said, and... or perhaps... the candle lit side by side, next to her, like I said. And throughout the entire time I was playing by myself, the candle in the middle was super high, like a foot, maybe a bit less. It's kind of a candle holder with one in the middle and one on either side. And this is the only time it's done that. I don't know what to think about that. Also, a few days after I played, I just got out of the shower, and on my mirror in the bathroom there was a pentagram written from the steam of the shower. And this one got me. Like bad, I literally froze there. Wiped it away immediately and dressed myself as quickly as possible. Didn't even dry myself off. Anyways, that's what happened. Gus Lancaster MD. Years ago, I worked at a print shop. It was in a small country town. The shop opened in a historic house in the town square. I spent the better part of a decade working there. Over my time there, I experienced many different unexplainable phenomena. Nothing quite so bold as the one and only time I locked eyes with an apparition. We didn't know much about the history of the shop, other than it had been a restaurant and a doctor's office prior to that. There wasn't much to be found online about the house other than the tax records that start in the 30s. The day I encountered the resident ghost, I knew it was the doctor. I just knew. I was working in my upstairs office. There were 2 workspaces. Mine had a view of the staircase. I always felt weird energy in the stairs, like I was being watched. Multiple times a day I would see from the corner of my eye shadows walking up the stairs and rounding the corner at the top to head toward my workspace. The area above the stairs was open with just a handrail separating the hall and the space above the staircase. I was walking from my room to the other, and as I approached the handrail, I locked eyes with a face floating above the stairs. The head and neck were just above the handrail. He was old, with a round, bald head and big ears. I'll never forget the look in his face. It was pure and utter confusion. I caught this image in passing, and as I blinked, I did a double take and it was gone. I wrote it off as my mind playing tricks on me and didn't tell very many people. Years went on with no other encounters. The business closed and sold. The new owners opened a quilting business and totally transformed the place. A few weeks ago, I just went back for the first time since they opened. The owners were so nice and, well, did lots of research. They found that there was a mishap with a filing at the courthouse. The house had been built by a doctor in the 1890s. His name was James Lancaster. He practiced out of the house and later passed the family business on to his son Gus. They also lived there and practiced medicine until the 60s. When I started telling the new owners about my ghost encounter, their eyes locked. They hurried me into the base of the staircase. It's where they had hung the only pictures they could find of James and Gus. My heart skipped a beat when I saw the photo of Gus Lancaster. I had seen that face once before, staring at me with a bewildered look from that exact same place in the staircase. Only now it was his picture. These new owners unknowingly hung the picture of the man whose ghost I had faced off with years before in the exact same spot where he was levitating. I always questioned what I had seen that day. Was my mind playing tricks on me? Now I know what I saw. I saw a ghost. My mom's medium friend said that there was an evil spirit around me. I don't go to bed early. I stay up late studying or chatting to my girlfriend and scrolling through my phone. Normally I fight sleep to talk to her, but for a few days now I haven't felt sleepy at all. I actually feel watched and anxious, like there's a presence in my room. It's disturbing. Sometimes I hear breathing near me, and I hold my breath to realize it's not me. And here at home, we sleep with the doors open. The rooms are close together, and I often hear my family snoring or even breathing. But lately, I've been wondering if it's really them. The worst thing is that the day before yesterday, I was tossing and turning in bed without any sleep, and I felt my hair being pulled. My heart raced, but I immediately thought that maybe my arm was on a stand, or maybe it had caught on the overhead switch to turn on the light at the head of the bed. I tried to find a rational explanation, but I got scared. I think the hair thing happened the same day my mother told me about her friend. My mother and I had been arguing a lot, but lately things had been better until the day of the hair incident. That's when she told me about it. Their friend said that I had an evil spirit leaning on me, and that it made me and my mother argue out of the blue. I wouldn't normally care, but knowing about the feeling of being watched and the insomnia, I kind of became paranoid. And the night she told me that, the hair incident happened. And to make matters worse, my cat who used to sleep in my bed stopped doing so. I've always heard that cats protect against spirits, and since this whole mess started, he stopped sleeping with me. He sleeps with whoever he wants, with me, with my mother on the sofa, and it varies. But I find it strange that he stopped sleeping with me, just when all this stuff started too. And although I'm skeptical about it all, I feel safer with him. I don't know if it's important, but on the day of the argument and the hair thing, before they both happened, my homemade bead necklace broke out of nowhere. Didn't even pull it, it just touched it and it fell apart. And I wore it every day for a year or so. So I put it down to natural wear and tear. But then I read on the internet that necklaces can break due to the accumulation of negative energy. And from what I understand, they don't necessarily have to be necklaces with amulets. That was my favorite necklace. Today, my mother lit incense in the house. I hate the smell. She said that it had to cleanse the energies because something evil was roaming around there. I've been very depressed, and I think she also attributed it to this spirit. The Tbridge Phantom by Alexander Ducombs. This was transcribed from my journal. I finally found it after all this time. Thank you ahead of time for reading this. December 28, 2005. I'm writing this because tonight something terrible happened to me. I didn't know it at the time, but my fate as a human being became mired in dark clutches of death. It's all because of some stupid fucking train. The name's Alex, and I'm writing now in this journal my mother had given to me before I started this trip. You see, I'm a performer, an actor, so to speak. I've been doing a show in Edinburgh, Scotland. It's called the Fringe Festival. Pretty much actor heaven. Any show you want to see, it'll probably be there. Festivals have been going on since maybe 1947. It's amazing. I was in a 3-person show, a small rendition of Stephen King's Misery. I played the writer, Paul Sheldon. We performed it in this dingy, dirty warehouse. It was goddamn perfect. It was small and it was intimate. Couldn't have asked for a better opportunity. Since I know I'm ignoring the train bit, frankly, I don't even know where to start. I wanted to stay in Scotland for a couple of months after we closed the show. I'd sort of fallen in love with the Gothic architecture and the deep history that kind of shit calls to me. But the weather, everything about this place was gloomy, and I loved it. Up until now, like right now, like where am I? Well, I boarded a train at Burdisland. I was heading to Dundee to see Glamis Castle, the statue of Desperate Dan. I love castles, okay? I got on the train around dusk. There's about 74 other people on this train, give or take. I'd been on a Stephen King kick, kind of ironic now that I think about it. I sat down in a seat to dig into this book called The Shining. It's about some psychic kid with daddy issues, or at least that's what my castmate said before throwing me a copy of the book to borrow. I was well into the novel when around 6 o'clock I started feeling my eyes getting very droopy and tired. This is where things went wrong. This is the one time I wish I could have stayed awake. I fucked up. I didn't know it then, but I had fucked up hard. Woke up about an hour later feeling like shit. Something smelled, and not quite like shit. That smell you get when you find a dead rat under your bed because your cats can be fuckers sometimes. I look around me and everything feels different. Feels wrong. That feeling you get when your mother or father calls you and says, "Hey, I have some bad news." That feeling in your stomach like a punch from Ollie. Everything looks old, like frontier shit. It felt like I was being goofed on or something. Maybe they had gassed me and put me on a strange train for a laugh. At least that's what I wanted to think. But nobody knows I'm here and I'm traveling alone, and that smell, holy shit, it was shoved up my nostrils, making me gag. And looking around, I also noticed I was alone. The lights were really dim. Candlelight. The fuck is going on? The engine was loud. Can't believe I could have slept through that, but it was loud. I looked outside for any sign of civilization, lights or people or fucking anything. Starting to panic. Then out of the door to the coach in front of my compartment, I could see somebody walk through the door. My anxiety subsides and I breathe a heavy sigh of relief. He was looking at the ground and his gaze finally met mine. The anxiety returned. In fact, it was skyrocketing. Something inside me was telling me, time to get the fuck off this train. So I got up and I asked the man, who, by the way, was now standing in the aisle about 6 feet from me. I catch his eyes again, though he seemed to be avoiding my sight completely. It was dark. I couldn't really make out his face, and I screamed at him because the engine was loud as shit. What's the big idea? Where the fuck are we? Why was I moved into this old smelly train? Where the hell is everyone else? And he looks at me, releases a heavy sigh, and simply points to the seats behind me. And 2 seconds ago I was alone in this part of the train, and I looked behind me and there were quote-unquote people, or at least I think they were people. They all had the same expression, maybe looking at different things, but they all had the same expression, like they really had to use the bathroom on a long road trip. Their eyes kept darting toward the window of the car, back at me, then back to the windows. They were looking for something. I don't know what, but they all looked antsy and uneasy. I look back to the man whose face finally appears in the candlelight. He introduces himself as Mr. Bouche, son of Sir Thomas Bouche. I said back to him, "Look, I don't give a rat's ass who your father is, and I swear if this is some kind of a sick joke, the first two assholes I'm coming after are you and your chicken shit father." I was mad, enraged. I usually didn't say such awful things, but I was beginning to really panic. He simply told me everything's fine and to please return to my seat. I obliged him, taking a second to regain my cool. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe I was just having a shitty nightmare. So I sat and began to look around to the other passengers for help. They wouldn't talk to me. None of them would talk to me. They would just look at me with that worried look. There was a storm surging outside. Everybody appeared to be on edge. Thunder was ringing in your ears. You know when you count to see how far away the storm is? Well, you count the seconds between the bolt of lightning and then the included shockwave. Well, after not getting any help from the other passengers, I counted my seat. The storm was right over us. Never been so close to lightning bolts. You could see them crack and split the trees along the sides of the train from the window. Then I noticed the clothes the passengers, they were all wearing this stuff. It felt like it had been dropped into the late 1800s. Most of the men were wearing kilts, and women were wearing that weird thing that makes your ass look really big. I think it's called a hoop skirt. Not really sure. But everybody carried that odor, that terrible smell of death and decay. Like a flower shop found at the end of days, like a time capsule of terror. Okay, now, this is the point where I start looking around the car or cameras or something. Sound equipment. This was a goof. I could feel it. There's no way I just fell asleep and fell years through the past. And then the car started to rock back and forth on the rails. You could hear the screeching on the steel wheels and the bars that we rode on. The sparks were flying past the windows as everybody began to scream, and I wailed, "What's going on? What is it?" but they only screamed. Their eyes rolled back at their heads, and the smell began to get worse. I don't know how, but I imagined it was the same smell cops get when they do a welfare check on somebody who hasn't been seen in a while. Their faces began to disappear into the darkness. Bolts of lightning, the only thing to sort of really illuminate these tortured faces. I began to lose my shit as well, grabbing a window to try and see what was up ahead. There was a large bridge about 5 miles away, only peeking out when a crack of lightning beamed forth. The screaming became more erratic, and people started for the windows and doors. And as soon as we were over the water, people started jumping out of the windows and the doors. They were disappearing into the darkness. Some stayed, crying to the arms of their loved ones, sharing what looked like one happy moment, like the stupid scene from Titanic. Sorry, I think James Cameron's a hack, but that's neither here nor there. The bridge swayed in the darkness, like a bad earthquake. I ducked into my seat, and all I could do was laugh. I know that sounds weird, but when that much terror is induced, that's the only reaction that felt appropriate to me. The laughs turned to tears very quickly. I was fucked. Jumping out wasn't happening. I can't swim. Since I was a kid, I always had a fear of drowning, so never learned. I'd just sink like a rock. My life flashed before my eyes, and it didn't take long. It wasn't done. I didn't want to go. I'd never been more scared in my life. With my hands together, and I've never really been very religious, but at this point, I'd take help from fucking anything. Thought out loud. God, if you're out there, man, I could really use some help. I know you don't owe me a thing, but I'm not done here. I still have more to do. Still haven't had kids or a wife or say goodbye to my loved ones. Don't let me die like this. The train began to really jolt back and forth. It was throwing people and luggage about violently. Then a loud thump from below the train. Screaming. Everybody left on the car was screaming. I can still hear it even now. The train felt like it leapt into the air and then jolted down. The splash of the train hitting the water. The chill of the temperature freezing your skin. The car starting to fill with water. This was it. This is how I die. I take one last look around, and there's absolute chaos. People grabbing at luggage, trying to force the windows open. It was too late. We were neck deep, and the train hits the bottom of the water. I take one last big breath, tears in my eyes. I don't want to go. I love life, and this just wasn't fair. I know people tell you all the time that life isn't fair. Fuck them. They never sank to the bottom of a river in a fucking train car. So many things I wanted to do, and I'll never get to do them. A life wasted. That's why I cried. The water extinguished the candles, and the screams formed into gurgled cries and whimpers. No sound. Silence. Dark, heavy silence. The only things I could make out were the bodies beginning to float around me. Cracks of lightning still strobing the waters around me. I couldn't hold my breath anymore. I let go. I let the water into my lungs and fell into the darkness, floating. Not thinking, just existing in the darkness. After this, I thought there better be a cold beer and a naked redhead for me on the other side. And just like that, I snapped up into my seat. Looked around. I was back in the regular train. I started jumping up and down, laughing hysterically. The others on the car looking in horror. Fuck them, I thought. I'm alive. I made it. People asked me what happened, but I didn't have the courage to tell them in fear of looking like a Looney Tune. But really, I just didn't want to jinx it. When I got off the train in Dundee, I kissed the ground at the station. Then I noticed a small little plaque not far from where I was kneeling on the ground. It read, "Historical Spot. Did you know that on Sunday, December 28, 1879, this bridge collapsed, sinking a train to the bottom of the river? Witnesses say it had been the worst storm in 30 years. This happened at 7:13 p.m. There were no survivors. Only 46 of the bodies were recovered. Oh, fuck me. I've heard of ghost trains, but that was ridiculous. Still don't know to this day whether it was real or not. Frankly, I still get scared talking about it. I've had sleeping problems ever since because I start to get tired. I freak a little bit thinking of me sinking to the bottom. And the one thing that really scared me was when I came to, people on the train started complaining about my smell. And I smelled it too. It was all over my clothes like I'd been sprayed by ghastly skunks. To make a long story very short, stay away from trains. Real talk. I won't ever ride a train again. It's been a long time since my nightmare aboard the monster train, but I still feel the water in my lungs sometimes. I still get that bad feeling. I know you'll say this is bullshit, and I get that. If somebody told me this, I would start to question that person's integrity, and honestly, that's why I wrote this. So I don't have to talk about it. I can lock it up in writing. Maybe that feeling will go away someday. My best to you and yours. Working construction in a haunted house. My whole life, I've been a tad perceptive. Not psychic, but just aware. I can feel energy. That feeling you get when your body tells you to run or fight. That feeling in your stomach, hundreds of knots at once. The true scare. I got that today, at work, real talk. Been working on a house in Palo Verdes, beachfront country in Southern California. I probably pronounced that wrong. We're kind of just taking down the garage to the studs, and I can tell you, whatever is in this house was furious about it, banging and knocks and catching figures in the corner of your vision and disembodied voices and that goddamn feeling. It's just two of us. I'm pretty big, so I can tear stuff down pretty easy. The guy I'm working with is wearing wireless headphones, so he can't really hear the things I do. You didn't hear that? I would ask, and he would just shake his head. I really know the history of this house, or rather, I guess I don't. The family living there is currently living somewhere else while we remodel, and it's just day 2, and I'm starting to get freaked out. We started finishing up putting all the tools away, and then I hear it. Sounded like somebody was being killed, a scream that would induce you, probably soiling yourself. Even my partner heard it this time. Now do you hear it? Gives me a stern look. Why do you think I brought headphones, cabron? We both start nervously laughing. I start to wonder because this is daytime. Why are they so prevalent? And if any of you are like, picture didn't happen, I get that. Sounds strange, but I was really scared, and I just didn't want to make things worse. I was already worried that we were like destroying their spirits because we're kind of tearing down the walls. I think homes remember. They remember energy. I could feel it. And look, believe what you want. I'm not here to change minds or force ideals on you. I just want to get this down, and thank you for reading this. Still got a few days left on this project. Anybody else have experiences like this? Day 2 of updates. Still posting this in our lunch, and first off, thanks for all the likes. It means a lot to know there's people out there that identify with my story. Well, we came back. Last night had nightmares about zombies eating me. So there was that. Don't know what that means, but it was horrifying. Dreaded coming to the house. Opened the locked door to access the rest of the remodel. That's my dog's ears. Now, I always lock up super tight because I have a lot of tools, but when we walked in today, my stuff had been flung everywhere, and I was furious, thinking kids had got in and stole my stuff. Looking around, there's 2 windows. Boarded up solid, thick plywood, an inch thick. probably 10 screws in each. Both were still boarded up solid. Then came the confusion. Trying to figure out what was taken. Nothing was missing. Just all flung at the ground. It's funny we didn't think to take a picture until after we cleaned it up. Today I'll keep my eyes open for more activity and just try to keep you guys posted. Thanks again. Scary stuff. Okay, instead of starting off telling you, look, this is real, swear on my mother's dog's grave, I saw this, I'm going to instead begin with, believe what I'm about to tell you if you want. If not, you're absolutely entitled to have doubts about my story. I don't have photo evidence, I don't have audio evidence. I just have my memories. Dark memories of a witch-like woman that haunted my house growing up. When we first moved into the house around 1996, I started having trouble sleeping. Bad trouble, and to be quite honest, it's never really gone away. I'd stay up watching Beavis and Butthead and then Nick at Night, and I'd play the Andy Griffith Show. And I'd dream of Jeannie, and at some point in the night I would get thirsty. I'd go to the kitchen to get something to drink. This was the room the Banshee was in. You could feel something watching you. You could feel something sucking energy out of you. It was cold. And when you'd go to turn on the light, it simply wouldn't work. All days this light was fine. You want to tell me how a light just doesn't work after sundown? It doesn't make sense. And it was cold. You could feel her looking at you like a sack of lunch, wanting but failing to reach out and tear you apart. Her frustrations could be felt when she would slam soda cans on the kitchen counter. It would be dead silent. Then comes a large bang from the kitchen. Suffice to say, I would be terrified going to the kitchen at night. A couple of times I'd turn back as I was leaving just to hear her or see her peering back at me. Her white eyes just like dead lights. Seriously, that's what it was like. Her face would begin in a horrid smile, and she wouldn't say anything. Just look at you and smile. Still creeps the shit out of me. Then when you'd go to return to your room, then the screams came. But not a scream others would hear. It was a scream just for you. I'd bring this up to my folks and my brothers, and there's this floating, screaming woman that haunts her kitchen. My brothers told me they've seen her too. My mom says she doesn't like going into the kitchen at night. My father didn't really pay any mind to it. Just another thing that we'd have to live around. My grades began to slip because my sleeping problems only got worse. I figured I was safe in my room. It even got to the point where I took an empty pee bottle to my bedroom because I was too scared to go to the kitchen at night. We would also find small animals completely gutted in the floor of the kitchen at night. Granted, we did have a cat, but this cat rarely went outside. It would sleep with me in my bedroom at night. Once we found a raven. It was huge, at least twice the size of my cat. My parents would always blame the cat, so I had to be the one to clean it up. Most of the time, these animals were mutilated, like flayed and destroyed. When I did sleep, I would sleepwalk. I don't know if you're familiar with sleepwalking, but it's scary as hell. Nothing like waking up to the front lawn like you're out all night being a werewolf. All I was missing was the half-eaten deer. But one of these sleepwalking ventures would lead me to try and rid my house of the spirit. I woke up in the kitchen. I was scared because I realized where I was. I started moving toward the door so I could bolt back to my room. As soon as I heard her cackling, I broke into a dead sprint. She was laughing at me, or maybe I dreamt it. Whatever was going on, I vowed to end it. My mother told me that she'd been sleepwalking too. Woke up on the front lawn just like me. Went to the internet. I read about Sage and St. Michael's Prayer. The next night I waited until everyone went to sleep. I lit the sage, wafting it throughout the kitchen and house and repeating the prayers over and over again, slamming cans and laughing in psychic screams, utter cold. Nothing would stop me. I had enough. I believed she was there, and I believed this would work. And after an hour, I stopped hearing things. She seemed to have faded out, like a person on the other half of a tin can radio. I kept going. I sat and prayed and eventually fell asleep sitting on the floor. I was awoken by my father going for some water. The light turned on. The goddamn light turned on. Even my dad was surprised. I had done it. I had beat that witch. He was startled to see his son sitting there with half a burnt bundle of sage, but sent me to bed nonetheless. Slept better than I had in weeks. Memories. Believe me or not, this is what I believe happened to me. Believe me or not, I still have dreams about her. 10 years since we left that house. I know it sounds too ridiculous, but if I've learned anything about this life, it's that there's something out there. Whether it be people from another dimension or people long, long ago dead trying to hold on to their former lives. Something out there. I feel it. I don't talk to the dead. It goes against my personal religion. Maybe growing up with a fucking banshee in your kitchen has something to do with it. I'm not sure. An alien encounter. I think I saw an alien once. It was during the 88-89 school year. 3rd grade for me. Actually, it was in my school. I'd never seen any depictions of greys at that point, and I was at school for an after-school art class in the cafeteria at Julius Marks Elementary School. Left the cafeteria to go to the bathroom. I turned a corner to go to the bathroom and felt like someone was watching me, so I turned and looked. Standing in the doorway of the class next to mine, silhouetted against the light, it was someone not human-shaped. They were no more than 4 feet tall and very skinny, with a disproportionately large egg-shaped head, and they had long, thin arms and legs for their size. Like a child, but not proportioned like a human. I was a brave kid, especially when I was on my own and didn't have to look out for someone else. I didn't scare easy, but the whole thing just felt so wrong, so freaking alien. I was terrified. Dashed into the bathroom. I must have used facilities because I was never one to wet myself. I didn't need to go anymore. And I don't remember anything about when I was in that bathroom. I don't know how I got back to the cafeteria. Shit. I can't really remember. Although I do remember being very afraid and peeking out and nothing being there. I ran back to the cafeteria and I told everybody what I just experienced. That's when I learned about aliens and what they were supposed to look like. One of the other kids drew a picture. Kind of freaked out that I can remember everything clearly except what happened in between running for the bathroom and running through the cafeteria door, other than a quick glance to see if it was there. I didn't get the impression that I was gone very long, like not even as long as I must have been gone, at least full 10 minutes. On the few occasions I've shared this story over the years, I've only gotten 2 reactions. Total disbelief and the assurance that I was just imagining something I'd seen on TV or read about, or total belief and the assurance that I was abducted that day, and they erased my memory of it. All I can say is that I know for sure that I'd never been exposed to any images of greys until that day after my experience. Until that moment, I thought of aliens as being kind of cartoonish in their appearance. Green, and remember I was only about 8 at the time, and it was the 80s right before the image of greys became commonplace. Also, although I can't remember a lot now, I'm fairly certain I could remember more until the past 10 years, so because I had a good sense of how much time had passed, and for one, it's enough for me to be fairly certain that I'm not missing time, and never really was in regards to this incident. Also, I've never had another encounter, but never had further signs of possible abductions, and I've never seen a UFO. Creepy things I've encountered in this household. Before I was home alone with my sister at the house, and it was 12 a.m. and dead of night, I was at my room. She was at her room. Someone knocked really hard and repeated it many times. It was as if it was eager to come into her house. It then shouted, "Ket buksan mo ako," which means open the door. It was using the voice of my brother. So I shouted next to the room so he'd be able to hear, and I told her to open the door for my brother. While still knocking eagerly at the door, my sister then shouted at her room, "Wala namang kumakatok." Wala namang kumakatok, which means that there's no one that knocked. I got scared and creeped out since it was really loud to hear bangs of the door, eagerly wanting to come in, but then my sister shouted those words. It suddenly stopped. I'm sure I wasn't hallucinating things. I don't have any mental disorder. Another story of my experience. 2. About 8 or 9 p.m., my dad, sister, and I finished eating dinner. It's when it was about to black out, and I was tired, so I slipped on the sofa. After a while, we heard a loud, distorted, angry meowing sound coming from the tall grass beside our house. It was really loud, and the sound wasn't chill. It wasn't like any other cats. The meowing continued. It was really angry and distinctly. I know that it was like any other cat. So my dad checked the flashlight where the meowing was coming from. Even shouted to that creature. But the meowing even kept getting worse. Kept pestering us. So my dad threw salt and just closed the windows and got inside our house. Encounter 3. Since I'm always home alone, I often encounter creepy things. There was one time that the power was out, so being home alone, I got scared. It was just me and my cats in the house, but I needed some source of light, so I tried lighting up a fire outside the house. And at the time, when I was about to light up a fire, my cats were meowing furiously at another cat. It was a black cat. Now, I don't believe in any of the paniniwala in the Philippines that a black cat is an aswang or bad luck since I'm a cat lover. But perhaps the cat was different based on its meowing. Can't really describe it, but my cats were angry at the black cat. Being not able to see in the dark, I flashlighted them and shooed them away. But when the flash reflected them, my cat's eyes had reflection, which is normal because if you flash a light to any animal, their eyes would reflect. But something wasn't right about that cat. The cat's eyes didn't reflect at all. Then the looks of the eyes were kind of angry. Haunted in the Bayou. I'm a medical examiner who shares her stories of paranormal activities that have happened in and around my morgue. This case took me to New Orleans. I had a case of an alleged serial killer. Our victims had the same markings and looks. I had a colleague of mine in that office during the autopsies. So I went to have lunch with her and confirm my thoughts on the case and had to inform detectives if confirmed. They knew of my visit and suspicion, but we had nothing confirmed. We go to lunch in downtown New Orleans, and we sit and chat about the case, and once we finish eating, she took me on a tour of New Orleans. We eventually took a road trip around the area. A friend has this shack in the Bayou, just a storage place for hunting and fishing supplies. We decided to go check it out as I'd never been there. It's around 3 p.m. when we arrive at the shack. We're sitting on a little deck area having a few drinks when it felt odd, like someone was watching me, not something, someone. I looked around and there was no one. I mean, no one. How could there be? The only solid area is what we were on and the path ahead of us. I tried to shake it off, but I really couldn't fully get it out of my mind. I instantly feel a cold pressure on my left shoulder. I see nothing. She screams a high-pitched scream. I get up and spring about 20 yards and then turn around to her to crash into me during the panic. We ended up with such crazy injuries from it. I landed on my right side, but fractured my left clavicle where the hand was. She was mute for 3 weeks. Something that scream even shouldn't have caused without other injuries prior. Who knows what really happened, or who she really was, but my colleague swears she saw a woman in white with a broken left clavicle, so her arm was just hanging, mouth open like she was screaming but silent. She swears on it, and with her reaction and vow to never go back or within a 10-mile radius of it, she sends the assistant medical examiner she's called for those cases near it. I'll never know what she saw exactly besides what she told me because she's the only one who visually saw anything really, and could be some wild reason of why this happened or who that was. I think it finally happened. They came home with her. Help. If you don't know me, I'm a medical examiner who's had many experiences with the paranormal. And yes, we do try our best to debunk situations before even sharing them with anyone. I've had very few experiences that were outside of the morgue. And for this experience, it was not my own, but it's a story of my colleague at the morgue. My colleague, let's call her Anna, was leaving the morgue 2 weekends ago, after finishing up paperwork for me. I came in early so she could continue her family things, and she offered to file paperwork. As I went out of my way to help her have a work-life balance, Anna is a loving mother of a 5-year-old boy. Let's call him Tim. Tim loves Anna so much, always wanting Mama to at least be around him. That night she came home and got in the shower, got ready for bed, went to kiss Tim goodnight, but his door was open. His door was never open because he never figured out the child guard. He was sound asleep in his little kind of car bed, perfectly still and rather peaceful. The door was the only thing off. Anna brushed it off, gave him a kiss goodnight, shut the door, and went to the bedroom. She asked her husband about it, but said that he had shut the door. She figures that he managed to crawl out of bed and get it open somehow, and went back to sleep. Didn't check cameras at this point. All's good, and they had an explanation that made sense and went to bed around 1:30. At around 3, Tim runs into their bedroom crying and yelling. He's terrified. Anna and her husband have no idea what's happening. They don't know how he got out of his room. The look on the baby cam, he was asleep as the door opened this time, seen by the hallway light as the camera doesn't face the door. Plus no shadows that should be there. It woke him up. He turned and said something, but Anna said that it didn't come through their audio, nor could she read lips, as it wasn't that great of a camera. It was an old one. They had it from like another family member when the other one stopped working a week prior. It's set up because their son has a health condition, so they have it only facing the bed, not the rest of the room. All Tim can tell Anna is that there's a big man with a hat and glowing eyes who said to go away. And since then, there have been a few instances of things being out of place or random doors opening, but Tim never saw the man again. He will randomly say things to his friend who's a little girl, but we haven't really noticed anything paranormal about that. So we think that maybe it's him and his imagination. I know he does have a vivid imagination, but in this case, it wasn't sunshine and Legos. It was a dark, big man. It could be his imagination and all a coincidence of something else. But we'd like your opinions. Is it paranormal? Is it something else? Do we just need to actually get some sleep for once? I don't know. I have no idea what is in my new home. My husband and I just recently moved into a small home by my old high school. It's not a school anymore due to a lot of issues within the staff. I love the familiarity of the area, though. It has a great walking path nearby. The river is right across the street. All of these things helped us choose our first real home. A few nights pass and I put on Scooby-Doo. Judge me however you want, I will not apologize for it, which was on Max streaming. We have a Roku remote that has Netflix, Apple, Disney Plus, and Max. Oh, and Max as the button options on the remote. All was good. He was already asleep and I fell asleep with Scooby-Doo on. Well, we wake up in the morning and it's on YouTube, and I don't really think anything of it as my husband is always on YouTube. He looked at me and asked when I turned on YouTube last night, which I hadn't. There's no button and you have to pick a profile to get into it as well. It's a pain. We brush off this experience like technical difficulties, which is very possible. Maybe 2 days later, my husband's at work and I'm at home finishing reports since I had the day off. Sitting on the couch with my papers, and I'm charting all of my notes into a proper format for my personal use and then putting it into an official report. Something everybody knows that I do. Anyway, I hear a cough and I think maybe the neighbor's home and it's just, being so quiet, maybe that's why I can hear them. So I let it slide. But then I swear my husband calls my name from the bedroom. I go ice cold. I go to the window to check for my car, as that was the vehicle he took that morning. It wasn't there. There was no way it could be my husband. It happened 3 more times. I decided to take a walk outside, and I have to be going crazy. That's what's running through my head. It couldn't be my husband, but that was definitely his voice. I breathe and walk, and I let it move to the back of my mind, and I get home and continue to work. I went to the fridge to grab my water bottle. I keep it in the fridge so it's cold. But anyway, I bend down to grab it, and it's at the bottom shelf, and I hear steps behind me, and I think, that could be a roommate. He's staying with us for a month. He's kind of up here for work, a close friend. So I think he's just walking over to the fridge too, and I see a pair of shoes behind me that didn't look anything like either of them then. Any of the shoes that they would wear. And I spun around to find absolutely no one. Can't even begin to explain the feelings I have just being in this house. It's just suffocating. I don't know what to do. Husband agrees something's wrong and I'm very organized and intelligent, but when I'm in this house I feel dumbed down and messy. Could this all be some random mental response to something else? Or possibly. Can't think of a reason that anything would cause that. It's one thing to be used to these events all at work, but being at home and things happening there is starting to take a toll. Ask Reddit. I had an online dating profile back in the early 2000s. I was young and never really had a girlfriend, so I figured I'd try online dating. I was matched with one woman who's a little older than me. Her name was Lori. We chatted in instant messenger for a bit, and I finally called her. We decided to go meet up one day. The meeting spot was in the park in the middle of the day. So the night before the date, I'm going to sleep, and I have 2 of the most vivid dreams I've ever had. The first dream, I'm driving to the date, and it's snowing like crazy. On the way, I lose control, and I have a wreck. I can see myself just dying in the dream. So I wake up a little bit rattled from the dream, and I calm down and go back to sleep. Then I have the next dream. I'm in my parents' basement. I'm looking for something. Then I hear this noise coming from above, and it sounds like somebody's knocking on the floor from above. With every knock, the noise gets louder and louder. Boom, 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 boom. Then it starts moving as if someone's walking across the room above me. So I follow it, and it leads me to the bottom of the basement steps. Looking up the stairs, and the noise is louder, and finally it stops. The door slowly creaks open. My dad walks through. He's carrying a cane made of gold. Stands there and is looking at me, but his eyes are closed. So I ask him what's wrong. He then opens his eyes that are glowing red. He then opens his mouth to speak, and I hear what I can only describe as the most insane noise I've ever heard. It sounded like static and screams of fear, almost as if a demon was speaking through a broken speaker. So I wake up, I'm cold, and I'm sweating and shaking. It's morning and my date is only a few hours. I'm so rattled from the dreams I decide not to even go. So I call her to cancel, and this is what happens. A man picks up the phone, asks for Lori. He replies with, "Who's calling?" This is, insert name here. We're supposed to meet up around noon. He says, "Well, this is her husband." "I don't think so." I quickly say there's been a mistake, and I hang up, and I'm completely freaking out. A few minutes later, she calls me crying and yelling, saying I've ruined her life, etc., etc. I yell back for her not to call me anymore, contact me again, and I hang up and start to put some of the pieces together. She only wanted to call at night, and she'd talk really quiet, and she wouldn't send any new pictures either. Also wanted to meet in a park in the middle of the winter. I guess my subconscious was telling me that I shouldn't, but I started to head outside for smoke to clear my head, and it begins to snow. Creatures in the dark. Alone at home should be calm and quiet, until my nights weren't as quiet as I thought they would be. It started small, like a shadow of a little boy dashing across the room at night, to random items dropping off the shelves, even when the windows were closed. But no nights were like that night. Due to the bright lights from my neighbor's house, I decided to close my curtains. As it falls into darkness and silence envelops me, I soon fell asleep. A couple taps, I reckon I'm dreaming. Couldn't be real. Bam! A loud noise woke me up. I wasn't in my bedroom. Seated at the head of the long dining table, looking down the long dark hallway, red lights starting to fill the end of the hall. Creaking open the door on the left fills the hall with deep red lights. Then the right side as each door creaks open toward me. The once dark hallway drowns in red. Soon, long fingers appeared at the end of the hall. I tried to move, but I was glued to the chair I was in. The shadow at the end of the hallway grew bigger as the creature moves closer. Then it appears tall, slim, with teeth so long and sharp. It grins as it stares, and in a flash of a second, it sped toward me. 3:15 a.m. The bright light of my clock stared back at me. But it wasn't the only thing staring back. Two tall figures, barely visible, stared back. And between them was a closed door-like structure with bright red lights illuminating the dark room. Am I still dreaming? I asked myself. I closed my eyes, and fearing what I would see when I opened them again, took a peep instead. 2:57. Room was empty. Bright from the lights in the hallway, and my curtain was open. Everything felt calm once again, except I couldn't go back to sleep. Not after that happening. See ya. Not all stories are meant to be told, but we tell them anyway. Paranormal M explores true encounters with the unknown, one eerie tale at a time. Subscribe and hit the bell before the next one finds you. It chased me and my friends. So this experience was 12 years ago. It was when I was a freshman in high school. I had made some friends that were into airsoft guns, and made plans to go to one of their houses to try out my new airsoft shotgun, and just hang out with them. When I was getting dropped off, I realized this friend's house was way out in the hills, which at the time I thought was way awesome. So as we started shooting each other and messing around, my friend whose house it was said that he had a ranch golf cart thing. Don't really know what it's called. And apparently it could fit all of us if we wanted to explore the back trails and roads behind his house in the hills. We were all super down to go exploring, even though it was getting dark, and headed out with our airsoft gear. For about an hour we find nothing too crazy. No. That is until we find an old wire fence that has signs saying, "Keep out in danger." And right by the fence, we see a small building. So this is where we become horror movie idiots. We decided to jump the fence and check out the building. Kind of more of a shack, really. It looked destroyed and abandoned, basically. And honestly, nothing was too weird about it. It looked like an old office room, so we decided to leave it. And at this point, it's pretty much completely dark. So we jumped the fence and started talking about heading back. Then that's when we hear a clicking sound coming from behind the fence. We just jumped over, and it almost sounded like a bug noise. So we all turn and don't see anything with our flashlights. We still hear it coming from these big bushes behind the fence. So pretty much immediately, we all went back up toward the ranch cart while keeping our eyes glued to the spot with the clicking. And I can tell everybody's freaked out. As we all get into the cart, my friend turns it on and floors it. As soon as that happens, and the fence is just out of sight, we heard a loud freaking screech type thing. The fence gets shaken like something big just climbed over it. And just so you guys get a better picture of what we're kind of driving through on both sides of us are giant shrubs and hill bushes. They're like 5 to 6 feet tall. You can barely see 3 feet into the trees or bushes, so basically you can't see shit. So we hear the clicking getting louder to our left, and the pounding of something running. We're all yelling for my friends to go faster. At this point, I saw a glimpse of whatever the hell this thing was. It was hunched, and I could make out that it was big build-wise. But I couldn't see its face or feet. It looked like it had brownish skin, or scale, I don't know, but it looked smooth. But the hands are what scared the shit out of me and gave me nightmares. The hands had long finger-looking things with claws. Something that would put a dinosaur to shame. When the flashlights sort of bounced past the claws, I saw red on them. I knew in my gut if we crashed or it caught us, we were dead. So I started shooting my airsoft and told everybody to do the same, and I'm pretty damn sure we did nothing to it. But right about then, we drove out of that bush area and into open ground. Immediately, the clicking stopped. We didn't see or hear that thing at all. So we all raced back to his place. And of course, his parents had left for the night. Called our parents and got picked up. Never talked about it. Never hung out with them again after that, really. I don't know what that was, but if anybody has an idea, I would love to hear it. First big paranormal experience. Honestly, I've had lots of experiences now, especially that I'm older, and I'll keep telling them as I feel comfortable. But this specific instance was a recurring paranormal instance that my brother and I both had when we were little, and when we shared a room. It started when I was 10, my brother was 6. but nightmares of small creatures or shadows that would chase me and my brother. I could never make out facial features, but they were short, human-looking things. These nightmares happened for a few months. Their parents would try and console us when either of us woke up crying or being scared. But then one night my brother woke up and started screaming for me to wake up and that it was in the hallway coming to get us. From his bed he could see into the hallway. So I woke up and I started calling to my parents. When they came in, my brother tried to explain that the small goblin was trying to get us. They told him it was just a bad dream, and that they'll stay with us until we fall asleep. For the next few nights, he would wake up saying that they were running in the hallway or scratching the small window by his bed trying to get in. And a few times, I woke up to sounds of something or someone running around a room or hallway, and the occasional shadow. It finally all came to a head 2 weeks into this when my brother woke up crying, saying they almost got him. When my parents came in and turned the lights on, I saw he had red scratches and marks on his arms. After that, my parents put crosses and blessings all over the house, saged it too. And that seemed to work. The nightmares stopped and brother stopped seeing weird little goblins. This kinda scarred me a little bit. And my brother, and even now he ignores and avoids any supernatural anything. Paranormal encounter at the Millennium Knickerbocker, Chicago. In March of 2023, my husband and I took a trip to Chicago. I absolutely love the city. I used to live there. Anytime I get the chance to go back, I do. And on this trip, I finally had the opportunity to stay at the Millennium Knickerbocker, a hotel I'd always been curious about because of its notorious past and rumored ties to Al Capone. When we arrived, I mentioned to the front desk that we were visiting and had just gotten married. They kindly upgraded us to a room on the 12th floor. It wasn't anything super fancy, just a junior suite. But I was excited nonetheless. That night, a few friends took us out to dinner. We didn't get back to the hotel until around midnight. As soon as we walked into the room, I felt a shift in the energy. Something felt off. I brushed it off, chalking it up to travel fatigue. I went to take a shower and get ready for bed. I must have fallen asleep quickly, because the next thing I remember was waking up suddenly. The digital clock read 2:34 a.m. I was overwhelmed with a strange sense of fear. I felt hot and uncomfortably so, which didn't make sense given that it was March and the room didn't have any heat on. Since the room was old and didn't have modern AC, I tried to open the window to let in some air. I managed to get a bit of a cross breeze. The moment I lay back in bed, I felt the heat return and something else. I felt like I was being watched. I sat up and looked around the room, but there was no one there. Still, the feeling was so intense it made me physically shake. I told myself it was all in my head, that I was just exhausted and needed to sleep. I turned onto my side to face the wall, trying to ignore the uneasy energy. That's when the real horror began. We were in a king-size bed, and I had scooted all the way over to the wall to cool down and avoid my husband's body heat. At some point, while trying to fall back asleep, I rolled over to face him. That's when I saw her. A woman was lying in bed with us. She wasn't solid, but not fully transparent either. Kind of like a vivid, translucent image. I could clearly make out her face and what she was wearing. Her appearance is burned into my memory. A pale-skinned, short black bob, like the 1920s flapper. Dark lipstick, brown eyes. She wore what looked like a brown negligee, though the details of her outfit were fuzzy. What stood out the most was her expression. She was lying there between me and my husband, just smiling slightly at me. I was frozen in fear, and as I stared at her, it looked like she began to sink into the bed. Half of her body still visible, half of it disappearing. I blinked, not trusting what I was seeing. When I opened my eyes again, she was gone, and just like that, the room cooled down. My body cooled down. The air shifted. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I was too scared to even close my eyes again. I've had paranormal experiences before, but this one felt deeply personal. Like whoever it was had chosen to appear to me. The next morning, I asked a staff member at the front desk if he knew anything about the hotel's history. All he mentioned was that Al Capone's brother once ran a speakeasy there, and that in the 1970s it served as the official hotel of the mansion. He said he didn't know of any paranormal activity, but clearly something's going on there. And to this day, I have no idea who I saw that night or why I felt so hot and so watched. My husband, he slept through the whole thing peacefully, completely unaware. But I have my own story to tell now. Unknown man reappearing. So let me preface this by saying that I know that the faces we see in our dreams we've seen in real life. Also, I've never told anyone else about this dream, ever. So in my dream, I'm always doing something else right before I see him. This time, I'm trying to save a young girl from getting mixed up with some dangerous people. While in the process of helping her, I hear his voice. Literally, my heart starts hammering. I don't know why, but I've always been in love with him. But anyway, I turn around to find him standing right there. He's just a good head taller than me, and I'm about 5'8". Greenish eyes, almost Viking-looking, but not too built. He's always looked this way, even when I would dream about him when I was a child. Yeah, these dreams go that far back. Anyhow, we laugh and comment on how long it's been. Last time I saw him was about 10 years ago. He then gives me his phone information so I can reach him whenever I need him, and I ask him when he'll be leaving again. This is where it gets strange. Usually, he'll say he's only here for a little while, or not long. This time, he gave me the exact date as to when he'll be leaving. He said he'd be leaving on December 17th. Since I woke up this morning, it's been bothering me. It seems so final, like that's when he'll be gone for good, and I don't like that. Anyway, I just needed to write this down, at least somewhere. I know that my family will brush this aside, so I thought I'd put it here. My Ghost Stories. The yellow house gets dark. So, school in Nissa was a thing, but the house, that gets creepier. After the first night, the entity that came up from the cellar seemed to stay there, which, thinking back on it now, seems odd, but didn't register with me at the time. Instead, the basement got creepier. My room was upstairs on the second floor of the house. The living room and kitchen were below. And the basement was, of course, below that. I shared a room with my cousin, the one with cerebral palsy. My mother was on one side of us and my aunt on the other. That way, the youngest and sickest were within their reach. My brothers and oldest cousin had rooms down in the basement. The laundry room was down there, too. I hated going down there to do my laundry. Hell, I hated going down there to wake up my siblings. One night, my mom and aunt had gone out with some friends, so my cousin's boyfriend came over to help babysit me and my other cousin. They all, being her boyfriend, and my brothers, decided that it would be fun to play hide-and-go-seek in the dark. Their attempt to keep me entertained. My cousin also decided that everywhere was open to hide in. So of course, when it was my turn to seek, my brothers hid in the basement and my cousin was in the cellar. Her boyfriend didn't want me to get scared, so he hid in the kitchen. He was nice. Of course, I found him pretty quickly. He helped me find my brother and said that my cousin was in the cellar. I was heading down to get her when she comes just streaking past me screaming bloody murder. I followed her up to the kitchen and straight outside. She was freaking out, refusing to go back into the house. And here's what she told me. She claimed that she was hiding down by the door in the cellar when she saw something behind it. She said it looked like a floating brain, but it was like rimmed in a red light and started moving toward her. That's when she came bolting up from the stairs. Even knowing what I saw in the house, and afraid for my cousin who couldn't defend himself, I knew that I had to go back in and defend my cousin. So no matter what came up those stairs. So I ran in up to my room, closed and locked the door behind me. I had an old record player and radio, so I turned it up. My cousin liked country music, so I had my radio on his favorite station all day. Then the worst thing that could happen happened. Back in North Carolina, lightning struck outside my bedroom window. And as a result, I'm terrified of storms and the harm that they could do to electronics and metal and glass. It was just my luck that a storm hit as soon as I locked myself in my room, with my metal bed frame up against a wall with giant glass windows and all this. So, storm phobia mixed with a ghost of indeterminate origins. I was not going to have a good night. Put my back against the door and tried to keep myself calm. When my mom and all returned, they got the skeleton key to open the door, and I don't remember much after that. I remember running down the stairs and into the safest corner I could find. There were no windows or electronics or metal. I do know that my cousin, her boyfriend, and my brothers all got yelled at because they left me and my other cousin in the house in the middle of a storm, after freaking me out with a ghost story. They all knew of my fear of storms, but stayed outside in my cousin's boyfriend's truck. They were all afraid to go back in after what my cousin said she saw. Needless to say, I felt like I was the bravest out of all of us, simply because I had the balls to go back inside and protect my cousin. My cousin and brothers decided that I was going. I was going to be the butt of all their jokes, and their personal verbal punching bag. Anything I said against them, they had a story that trumpeted it. I was always the bad guy, and the crazy one because I kept talking about ghosts. Not too long after that, my aunt and cousins moved to Arizona. Some of my mom's friends moved in, and the guy took the basement room. It had been my cousin's, and the chick took my aunt's old room. With them, they brought us PlayStation and her horses. Things started to get worse. Then the entity in the cellar got braver. After my mom's friends moved in, things started to get weird, or weirder. The guy who moved in kept talking about hearing voices in this basement room, seeing shadow figures and electronics turning on and off by themselves. Mom, of course, just brushed him off, saying that it was just his drunken imaginings. I would have given her that too, because he was a heavy drinker, but he was persistent and consistent with his stories. The woman who moved in and brought her horses claimed to hear voices in the tackle shed. See people that weren't there, and her horses would get spooked over seemingly nothing. Again, Mom said it was because of her drinking, but she didn't drink nearly as much as my mom or the guy did. It was summertime. I was in charge of taking care of the chickens and the bunnies. I was out gathering eggs when I swore I heard my mom call me from the house. The problem was all the adults in the house were at work and my brothers were playing on the PlayStation. And trust me, there's no way that they can mimic my mom's voice. So I stood there listening. The same voice called again, only this time it was closer to the chicken coop. Now I feel like I should mention that we did have dogs. There was my dog, Beggar, who was the runt of the litter and kinda scared of my brothers. My aunt's dog that she hadn't been able to take with her, who was half coyote. And then there was the guy's big black dog. Don't remember much about it. Beggar would follow me around while I did my chores, so he was already on alert to the voice. He was at the door of the coop because, well, he wasn't allowed in, obviously. Started growling. He wasn't, however, facing the house. He was facing the pasture where the horses were. Now, the thing about most of the dogs I've had, that they don't just growl and bark at nothing. Hell, my 5-pound Awokian doesn't bark or growl. And I'm surrounded by ghosts, so Beggar growling at something was odd. Usually he would run and hide under something. He was afraid of everything. I stood there just staring at him because it was so unusual. Then I heard the voice again, closer. Beggar now stood in a defensive position, his hackles raised and everything. Again, something that wasn't normal for him to do. He wasn't trained in any way, even though he was meant to be a hunting dog. His behavior was setting off alarm bells like you wouldn't believe. I calmly walked up behind him and peered out of the coop. There seemed to be nothing there, and Beggar seemed to be calming down. Then the voice came from above us on the roof of the coop. Beggar spun around, looked up, and started barking aggressively. I was terrified and didn't know what to do. My brothers weren't going to be of any help. They still thought I was making it all up for attention. They were too far away in the house anyway. Whatever was on the roof of that coop would have gotten to me before I could have screamed. So I did something that my grandmother had told me to do if I was ever afraid, and there was nobody there to help me. I took a deep breath and said, "I don't know who or what you are, but you have no business here, and you need to leave." You're typical. This isn't your home speech. The thing on the roof seemed to laugh. You know, that creepy little kid giggle that people talk about hearing in the woods. Yeah, it sounded like that. Then in an even creepier voice it said, "Oh, but I was called for." Now, as you might remember, my grandmother and aunt had started talking about witchcraft and such. And unbeknownst to me at the time, my aunt had a spiritual board in our house and had used it. I responded to the thing, "Well, I sure as hell didn't call for you." It giggled again. "No, but you are the one I was called for." I shivered. Here's the thing about my aunts and my relationship at the time. We hated each other. She had called me ugly from the time I was 5 and had tormented me with scary stories whenever she had to babysit me and my brothers. And in all, she wasn't really very nice to me, and hated that I even existed, I guess. We've never talked about it, so this thing saying that it told that somehow my aunt had summoned it to torment me. I wasn't going to let some entity have the last word, though. I stepped out of the coop and turned and looked up at where it should have been. I didn't see anything, but it wasn't going to stop me. I don't care why you're here, but know this. You cannot and will not scare me. It remained silent, and so I went on. If that thing in the cellar can't scare me, what makes you think you can? Saying that, I turned on my heels. I started walking back to the house, calling Beggar to join me. He came trotting up next to me, and I kept my eyes firmly on the house. That was when I saw her. She was dressed like a pioneer and staring behind me. I didn't acknowledge her as Beggar, and I passed her into the house, but whatever was following me couldn't get past her. I knew then that I had a friend around the house. That made me feel just a bit better. When my mom got home, I tried to tell her, but she, of course, didn't believe me. Unfortunately for me, that wasn't the end. After encountering whatever that thing was, I did my chores first thing in the morning. Seeing as I was always up at 6, even during the summer, it was easy to do what needed to be done and then go back into the house where I felt safe. Correction. Well, I was safe on the first and second floor. The basement and cellar were still terrifying. The only reason I would ever go into the basement was to do my laundry, and I never went to the cellar. At night, I could hear my mom and her 2 other roommates talking and drinking. just seeming to have a good time in the kitchen below. Sometimes I would hear someone pacing outside my bedroom or up or down the stairs. We had a cat named Peanut, who was sort of Siamese and would do the weirdest things. One day we found him sitting in a chair, batting at his tail between his legs. He was an odd cat, but he was a good mouser, and just all-around fun. Suddenly he got sick, and we were never really sure what happened. The guy who was living with us claimed that the neighbors had poisoned him. I was disinclined to believe him. He had never liked Peanut, and I had seen him kick him a time or two. I tried to tell Mom, but of course she didn't believe me. According to her, he loved Peanut. Anyway, Mom had a thing about not burning animals, so she didn't have Peanut cremated. Instead, we burned him next to a creek that ran by our house. Buried. The guy dug the hole and started a bonfire, and we buried Peanut. And he had said some weird-ass shit while pouring beer onto Peanut's grave, but anyway, we buried him, had a barbecue. Went on with our lives. One night I'm lying in bed, and that's when I felt a depression near my feet, where Peanut would sometimes sleep. Sometimes I would hear him meow, or his loud-ass purr. Peanut was still with us. After a few months, I pointed out to my mom several times, and I would see or hear him. She would laugh and say that it was just my imagination. I would have agreed with her if it weren't for the fact that he protected me one day. I was down in the basement doing laundry. Mom and the other adults were at work. My brothers were outside messing around at the creek. Before my aunt and cousins had moved, I had made Mom put something in front of the cellar door in the basement. Beggar, as always, was with me, so I felt kind of safe until I heard it. The crate that had been put in front of the door was moving. Beggar started to growl at it, and I started moving faster so that way I'd get the hell out of there. All of a sudden I heard a cat growl, along with Beggar. Then I heard the thud of something hitting the crate. Peanut was by no means a big cat, but that crate didn't move an inch after that. I heard a sigh of annoyance from the thing in the cellar. I know that Peanut was there with me that day. Sometimes I still feel his presence around me. But not the only pet that's still around. He's not the only one that protects me and my family. So if you ever wonder if your beloved pets are still around, the answer is yeah, they are. Peanut was with me that day, and he saved me from encountering that thing in the cellar. A great deal of creepy things happened in the house during my family's time there. Footsteps, and then nobody else being around. Whispered conversations from rooms that were empty. Some nights I would hear the thing in the cellar trying to get out. I saw the pioneer woman at least twice more, felt Peanut get into bed with me, and experienced some things that to this day make me question what happened in the house in the past. I learned later in life that my aunt, cousin, and the woman that moved in after my aunt and cousins moved, they all used Ouija boards in the house, and on the land in general. Thankfully, they took them with them. I mentioned before that the lady that lived with us after my aunt and cousins bought her horses, or brought rather. Unfortunately, after she moved them, they all started getting sick, and she had to put quite a few of them down. And I rode those horses bareback whenever she wasn't home. I love horses, so when she told my mother about them getting sick, I cried. The guy that lived with us was apparently a Satan worshiper and would do rituals in his room or down by the creek. I honestly don't know how that didn't make the thing in the cellar stronger, but I never saw it out of the cellar after that first night. I heard later that he was arrested, not sure what for. We moved out of that house after my 6th grade year. The house that we moved to was still in Nyssa, so I was able to get all the way through one school without moving in the middle of the school year. Our new house came with its own set of ghosts and odd happenings. Though, when I told my mom what was going on, she didn't just brush me off. I think that it was that house that made her realize that I wasn't just making up stories. A ghost story. My grandparents lived on a couple of 100 acres of land. My dad grew up playing in those woods, running with his little brother over the trails they made. He moved away, got married, had me, and all along missed the quote-unquote country. We visited there all the time when I was a kid. We walked through the woods. He hunted squirrels, shot clay pigeons. And when I was very little, I stood next to him. It was while he made shotgun shells at home. The smell of gunpowder in the air. In his 40s, he had a job that gave him excess wood and glass. Excellent boards. Boards and glass to build a house with. He started hauling load after load of wood and glass to my grandparents' land. He built a massive open-air shed to shelter what he believed would be his future house. He planned to build a home, return to the woods he grew up loving. He took me to the spot that he had picked. It was beautiful, but an ambitious dream. I knew he could do it. Years went by, the plan all along to build the house, but my dad developed Parkinson's. The disease took everything away from him. Slowly, over a period of 10 years, he lost control of his hand. He lost his ability to eat, and he lost weight and faded to nothing. My dad died over 20 years ago. He had his funeral near where he grew up. I gave the eulogy. I still miss him, think about him often. After the funeral, I went for a walk on my grandparents' land. I decided to walk by the shed my dad built. Inside were all the parts of the home that really was never built. I walked away and I smelled gunpowder. Unfired gunpowder. It lasted just a few seconds, and it was gone. Never smelt it again, never saw him. Never visited or felt a presence or heard any whispers in the dark. Just a few seconds of that smell, all but forgotten. So that's my ghost story. I think he was there for a fleeting moment, and I always have it, and think about it sometimes. My ghost stories. The house in Nyssa that is no more. Moving in with my mom's boyfriend in a home that they found. This house is no longer standing. I know, because I've looked for it. They tore it down and built a newer house in its place. Sort of. Anyway, we moved in and I thought that things were going to be fine. I should have learned better by this point. It had pocket doors, large windows, and a lot of trees. From the street, it looked like a one-story house, but there was a basement that you could see when you came to the driveway. There were a lot of outbuildings on one side and a cornfield on the other, because cornfields aren't terrifying at all. I remember this house so well, I could draw you a floor plan. You'd come up the front steps into a mudroom, which then led into the main house and living room. Off to the left was a kitchen and dining room, and through the living room it led to the bedrooms. There were 3. My brother shared one, I shared one with my stepsister. My mom and stepdad shared a room. There was one bathroom. The basement was just one giant room that was full of old stuff, and off the kitchen and dining room there was a washroom and cellar. It was weird. You go into this washroom and then there'd be a staircase to your left that would lead down to the cellar and the part of the basement. I say it was part of the basement because it seemed to have a door leading into the basement, but you couldn't get it really through all the newspapers that were in this room. At first I thought nothing of it. We were out in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by pine trees. It was ideal for me. I didn't hear or see anything for a couple of weeks. Then I was in the kitchen doing the dishes when I felt, heard, and saw someone come up the stairs and into the washroom. They stood in the doorway, just watching me until I finished what I was doing, then vanished into thin air. I wanted to tell my mom what I saw, but I knew that'd get me nowhere. So I simply just filed it away for just, later. It's one of those weird experiences of mine. That night I heard pacing in the hallway connecting the bedrooms. It was an L-shaped hall, 2 rooms at one end and, another at the other end. It had a bathroom. They were fairly large rooms except for the one that was by the bathroom, which was tiny. They'd stop outside of my room, which I shared with my stepsister, and for a moment, then they would turn and go back toward the bathroom. Besides the oddness of the basement, there was a large painting of Crater Lake outside my bedroom. I felt as though whoever was pacing the hall kept stopping at that painting. Now, those of you who are deeply into the paranormal and weird shit, I know strange things have been happening at Crater Lake for as long as it's been a lake, maybe even before, and in short, Crater Lake is a strange place. At the time, I wasn't aware of the weird history of Crater Lake, so the steps stopping at that painting seemed weird. What was weirder was that a few weeks later I got really sick. The doctors couldn't figure it out, so I was sent home on bed rest and painkillers. I was feeling better, so I got up to eat with my stepdad in the kitchen. And then as I walked back to my room to lie back down, I passed out, right in front of the painting. The painting fell onto me. And as I woke up, I saw an Oriental woman standing in the doorway in the living room. She watched me confused. She knew she was dead, and she knew that I could see her. She tried to speak, but I think there was something wrong with her throat. She looked frustrated as my mom and stepdad rushed me to the car and to the hospital. Fortunately, I didn't see her again when I got better. I wondered what she was trying to tell me, so I started trying to look into the history of the area. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to find out anything. All I know is the woman was trying to tell me something. It has to do with Crater Lake. The painting falling on me, the woman who seemed to be trying to tell me something, and my unknown illness at the time all seemed to be connected somehow. So being the curious middle schooler that I was, I decided to look through all the newspapers in the cellar-type room. The only thing that I had to do was, my mom and stepdad were both gone. See, the room wasn't surviving the ravages of time. It was covered in ivy and what we think were hops, the stuff they used to make beer and such. So Mom and her stepdad didn't want us to go in there. But while they were at work, I would sneak in there and see if I could make any sense out of the newspapers. Unfortunately, nothing seemed to jump out at me. It was during one of these little explorations that I heard voices coming from the basement. At first, I thought Mom and her stepdad were home early and were looking for me, so I scrambled to get to my room. When I got there, though, and looked through the window, the cars weren't in the driveway, so I cautiously headed down to the basement. As I'm sure you can imagine due to my previous experiences with basements, I was not excited. The beggar, who was thankfully still with us, refused to go into the room. Not that I could blame him. It was creepy down there. Silently, I opened the door, thinking my brothers were trying to pull a trick on me. But to my relief and slight horror, they weren't down there. I could still hear the voices, though, so I went farther in and tried to find them. By this time, I'd gotten a bit braver when it came to the paranormal and supernatural. Let's just say that I went through my vampire-obsessed phase a lot earlier than others of my peers. Anyway, I'm standing there in the doorway, trying to figure out where the voices were coming from. And when I saw something move out of the corner of my eye, I don't think it was human. As far as I knew, and no human spirits don't skitter across the ceiling, but this thing did. And it was headed to the far corner of the room where the door to the cellar-type room was. Me being me, I followed it. I neared the corner and I could hear the voices, and fortunately they weren't speaking English. Or, from what I could tell, Spanish. It took some digging to the area's history for a sort of history project that I discovered that at one time, there had been a thriving Asian community in the area years ago. I figured that was what I heard, and at the time I had no idea what Asian language they were speaking. It wasn't until we moved back to Ontario that I would learn Japanese, and with the help of my teacher, a little bit of Mandarin. It was then that I recognized some of the words that I'd heard that night. I can now say that whoever was down in that basement was frightened about something. I think they were hiding down there, but why, I never found out. As for the thing that skittered across the ceiling, that would not be my last or most terrifying experience with it. Anyway, last time I mentioned the thing that skittered across the ceiling. The thing about this thing is that it always stuck with me, is that it seemed darker than the darkness around it. I know people say that all the time, and it makes almost zero sense, at least to me. But initially, this thing stayed in the basement and cellar-like room. I would only see it out of the corner of my eye when I was down in the basement doing laundry, or when I was going through the old newspapers in the cellar-like room. It didn't do anything that was really terrifying until it came up to the main house. And I remember that day quite clearly, because I did something extremely stupid that day. My brothers, who, remember, are both older than I, were playing with their Hot Wheels in their room. I wanted to play with them because my stepsister was gone visiting her mom, making me the only girl in the house. My brothers used to let me play with them all the time, but they had gotten to the point where hanging out with their baby sister was not cool anymore. So I was mopping the living room, bored out of my mind, when I saw the thing hanging above the doorway to the cellar-type room. And me, being me at the time, freaked out. I wanted my brothers to pay attention to me and get away from this thing at the same time. So I skirted into the kitchen, never taking my eyes off of this thing. I grabbed a steak knife. I think you all know where I'm going with this now. I hightailed it out of the kitchen into my brother's room. When I got there, I told them that if they didn't play with me, I'd kill myself. Yeah, stupid, especially for an 11-year-old. Kind of luckily for me, my older brother called my bluff. He said that I would never kill myself, and that I was too chicken to even hurt myself. And he was right on one point. Killing myself isn't something that I'd ever do. But hurting myself, on the other hand, I would totally do. And I did. To call his bluff, I took a steak knife and stabbed myself through the hand. I have the scar to prove it. And for some reason, though, the thing disappeared from the cellar like room's doorway, so thought that I had won against this thing. So naive back then. Give me a break. I was young and obviously stupid. Over the next year or so of us living in this house, everything that could go wrong did. Murphy's Law at its best. Family members who seemed to be doing great would leave the house and say they felt like heavy weight lifted off of their shoulders, and at least in their suicide notes. My brother's classmates who came for his birthday only came into the house to use the bathroom. My oldest brother was born in October. My stepsister started spending more time in her mom's. That's where some bad things happened to her. My mom and stepdad started fighting all the time. So much so that my stepdad made a room for himself in the basement. I started seeing this thing everywhere, in school, in friends' houses, and on the school bus. The thing would not leave me alone. I believe now that my stabbing myself in the hand set the thing loose. Now it was on a mission to make my life a living hell. I got sick and for no apparent reason was tortured mentally by those that were supposed to protect me. Becker got run over, and luckily he lived and started seeing more ghosts than I had in a long time. Can't tell you how happy I was to finally leave that house, though the next one wasn't much better. My ghost stories. Our pets start acting weird. So we moved from the house with the thing that terrified me. And I can definitely say that that was the worst experience of my life to that point. We moved from there to what I described as a Victorian-style house. Not sure if it qualifies as Victorian, but that's how I saw it. It had a large window in the main room, and I'm talking like it met in the corner of the house, like it was structurally there. My explanation of this window will become apparent shortly. Now, like the last two houses that we lived in, This house had a small cellar-type room, though it didn't have a basement. When we moved in, we had Beggar, my ever-loyal dog, the tortoise-shell calico cat named Cleopatra, and had just gotten 2 more dogs. Nana, because she looked like Nana from Snow Dogs, and Zipper, because he would zip in between your legs as you walked. Shortly after moving in, Cleo gave birth to her first batch of kittens, promptly disappeared for 3 days. So of course, my mom took over their care. Their names were Sock, Boots, otherwise known as the twins, Demon, because I could, and Tigger. Fortunately, Cleo came back. She was a normal cat for the most part, and I say that because she and Beggar were the best of friends, but constantly find her out in the pen sleeping next to him. That's not the strange part. The strange part happened after we'd been living in the house for a while. Cleopatra had had another batch of kittens. We only kept 1 of them. However, she started acting strange. And sure, all cats and dogs get the zoomies. Cleo took it to a whole new level. She'd run up the stairs and back down them only to skid and stop 10 feet from the window I mentioned earlier. She would stare at it for a minute, and then run up the stairs again. And unfortunately, Cleo passed away at that house. Her children, however, took up her habit of running up and down the stairs and stopping by the window. I also caught Tigger hissing at the corner more times than I can remember. We also had 6-foot-long iguana named Iggy. And when we would let her roam the house, she avoided the corner like the plague. And sure, she would sunbathe in the sunlight that came through it, but only when it reached the middle of the room. Beggar, who is primarily outside, as far as dogs go, would bark at that corner whenever he went past in her walks. So none of her animals liked the corner, or the cellar-type room. Nana and Zipper would also bark at the corner, and if they came inside, they avoided it. I don't know what it was about that corner, but we also never put anything in it. Not our Christmas trees or anything else. Don't remember seeing anything in the corner, but nobody in the house or outside liked it. Anywhere else in the house except for the cellar-type room were pretty normal. Nothing odd or creepy happened in or around them. Just that particular corner, that cellar-type room. That time the pizza delivery guy turned white as a sheet. I lived in an apartment back around 2012-2014. It was built on an old homestead. It's where they said the bodies of a family were moved. There was one place in particular next to the office building for the complex that no one, and I mean no one, stepped on. The grass stayed perfect. I had multiple encounters. I had a ghost cat. I had a child giggling at 2 a.m. I had a guy who hummed on camera. I had something hit me in the head once when I first moved in, which kind of angered me. Once I threatened to sage their ass, never happened again. I ordered pizza pretty regularly. Most of the guys knew me, and one time I opened the door and the guy smiled and said, "Hey." He swiftly looked behind me and turned pale and actually shivered a bit. "Are you alone?" "Yeah," I said, smiling because kind of a funny situation. He shoved the pizza into my hands. I handed him the tip and he left, running down the stairwell. And honestly, at that point I was adjusted to the ghosts. Closed my door, turned and said, "Really, guys? Don't do that." My first time seeing a ghost. This was in the year 2014 or 2015 in California. I live in the Central Valley. I used to visit my cousins all the time, spend the night a lot at their house. At least at one point I lived there, and I've been told a lot of stories that happened in the house. The house is really old, and from what I heard, it used to be a whorehouse. Forget the term that they used. Probably bordello. Back in the day, years later, they turned it into a 4-bedroom house. It was located near a river, and in the 90s, a flood happened in my city, and the tiles from inside the house came off and revealed that there's a huge star. You know what kind of star I'm talking about. It was carved in the middle of the living room. Many of my family and friends that used to live or hang out there have heard or seen things. Or some people would get creepy vibes walking up to the house. The type of paranormal people I've seen or described as being an old woman, an old man, children, a boy and a girl, and a dark, tall man. My experience. I'm a person that's never seen or heard any paranormal activity. Family around me have seen or heard the paranormal. So when I lived there, I shared a room with my cousin and 2 random nights. I woke up in the middle of the night. I want to say it was around 3 a.m. on both nights. I woke up at the exact same time, and I saw what looked like an old man standing at the foot of the bed. I obviously got scared, but I tried not to get scared and put my head under the blankets, tried to sleep it off. I was scared, but not that scared. The second time I seen something was when me and my little cousins were bored. So we decided to do ghost adventures in the house. We turned off all the lights in the house, so we were using our phone cameras to record. We had 2 groups of 2 people, and we split up. The cousin I was grouped with at one point, he was a little further than me. I got this scared feeling and ran toward him still recording. It wasn't until years later when I looked back at the recording, and at the moment I'd gotten scared, my camera turned to the area I was just at when I got scared, and I literally seen a ghost figure walk into the wall. It looked like a man, and it had on a cowboy hat. I really caught a ghost on tape myself. And I noticed it, all the hairs stood up and tears were building up. It was so scary to me. A couple of people tried to tell me that the video's fake, but it's not fake. There's no way I would have been able to tamper with it. I don't know how to use Photoshop, and I've tried to look for ways that maybe it could have been a light or a shadow, but nope, it was real ghosts. That's what I recorded. It's 2020 and still scares me. Jose or Josie experience. I'm going to use different names for the people involved. Jose is one of my cousins that lived in that house and still lives there. He's seen more things than I have. There's a room in the house that nobody liked to sleep in, and it's said it's the more haunted room of the house. One time my cousin wanted to be brave and sleep in there. He did, but only for 3 nights. Every night he slept in there, he would get sleep paralysis, and it kept getting worse every night he stayed there. The last night he described to me was like an entity trying to enter his body through his mouth. He said he felt this entity opening his mouth with black long fingers. Felt like it was going to rip his mouth because he couldn't fight it or close his mouth. Tried to wake up and was mumbling, but there was nobody in the room with him to wake him or anything. He said he started to pray to God and actually woke up and left the room. Never again has he slept in that room since then. Last year, Jose and his siblings were in the living room playing video games. So when all of a sudden, the whole trash can in the kitchen burst into flames, melting the can. There was no one in the kitchen. They were all in the living room. Till his little sister noticed it and told him about the trash. Couldn't get the flames to go away for a while. Lily's experience. This is another cousin that I have, sort of used to go over a lot as well. There's a laundry room that led to the backyard, and for some reason, the door to the laundry room was always open, revealing the moon and pitch black backyard. I would never look outside when it was night. My cousin once said that when she went outside to the back to get some fresh air, she felt a little bit sick. Said that she'd seen 2 children playing in the backyard and had gotten freaked out and went inside and shut the door. We don't have children. Anna's experience. My sister's experience is a little similar to Lily's. My sister never really visited the house, but she has gone there a few times. She told me once she went to the bathroom. And toward the bathroom there's a little hallway. At the end of the hallway there's a room. It's considered the most haunted room. Then there's the bathroom in the middle, and the master bedroom at the beginning of the hallway. So my sister decided to use the bathroom, and everything was normal, until she walked out. She says at the end of the hallway next to the haunted room, she's seen a little girl with black hair sitting down with her face in her knees with her hair over her face and legs. She got really scared and wanted to leave. She's told me that a ghost like that is not anything good. Others have experienced hearing a baby cry when nobody had a baby in the house, or when somebody was alone there. My uncle used to hear an old couple chatting. Never seen them in the bathroom, which made me scared to go alone. Many people have seen the children. And once my little cousin watched the movie Jeepers Creepers, and I woke up, she tells me in the middle of the night she'd seen a tall black figure, almost like the one from Jeepers Creepers, standing in the front of the door I used to sleep in with my cousins. Sleep paralysis, which creeped me right out. I woke my OH last night by shouting out because I could feel someone forcefully stroking my hair. It was behind me on my pillow. A not-so-typical case of sleep paralysis, but he later did the same because his foot and leg was smacked by a cold human hand. And all of this follows our sensor light outside the front door repeatedly going on and off exactly at the same time, 3:38 each morning. When in actuality, we have to jump or wave our hands to work it when we enter the home in darkness. I've also been woken by a cold blast of air on my face at exactly this time, and increasing tapping and scratching noises can be heard between this time and about 4:30. It's all been disconcerting for us. But sometimes we're so sleepy we shrug and go back to sleep. My only slight concern is this type of thing seems to have increased recently. I'm inclined to close my eyes and imagine myself surrounded by love and light and send it out to whatever it is, if it is indeed beyond rationality. Whereas my partner is getting annoyed and suspicious, seems to get the negative or stronger responses. There have been other instances in disembodied laughter, goose pimples, and cold chills when warm, feeling like there's something hiding but watching. All ephemeral, but noticeable. We'll figure it out, but thought these non-dramatic instances might resonate with others. Haunted house turned out to be an old hospital. So I just wanted to share my experience from when I was younger. When I was 18, we moved to a little quiet country town where my parents purchased a fairly old house to be renovated. First few weeks were pretty uneventful, but then stuff started getting weird. Lights turning on and off, which we put down to old wiring. We then started getting doors opening and slamming, which again can be explained by crosswind from open windows, but I wasn't really too concerned. Then it started escalating. My mom would wake up, some weird scratch marks on her arm. Would see shadows running from one side of the room to the other. I'd come home from night shift, and there'd be a shadowy figure standing in the window of my bedroom. Everybody in the house was asleep. We'd go to sleep and wake up to the fridge and kitchen cupboard doors open. And one night, I was home with the mate playing good old SmackDown vs. Raw on PlayStation. Bedroom doors were closed. All of a sudden, the bedroom door started banging, and clear as day, we could hear scratching in the door. Went on for about 5 minutes. Eventually, got up the courage to leave the room. You could clearly see scratch marks on the door and paint flecks all over the ground. A few nights after that, I was laying in bed asleep. That's when I woke up to what felt like being pinned to the bed with a heavy weight on my chest. It lasted a few minutes, which could be put down to sleep paralysis. But with everything else that happened in that house, I have my doubts. All this activity continued daily until we moved out. After we sold the house, we found out through the real estate that the house was part of a large HOS. H-O-S. What is haunting me? Okay, so I'm pretty terrified, and I can't seem to figure out what kind of entity is messing with me. I'll start from the beginning of my weird encounters. I moved into my house 6 years ago. My property goes back to the 1850s. The house was built in 1910. I always got a creepy feeling upstairs. I tend to avoid the closet with the attic hatch, and one time I looked at it for too long and felt sick. I can sense energies, and I'm especially good at sensing evil energies. So I know that if I can feel it, then it's not good. Stuff has gone missing in my house, reappeared a year or two later. 2 years ago, everything on my walls started falling to the floor when I wasn't in there. The bulletin board fell more than 10 times until I bought a selenite crystal. Then nothing fell to the floor again. Recently, I've been noticing scratches in my ceiling and walls. I tell myself it's mice, but I've never seen one. My mom and I are walking toward each other one day when a small shadow flew across the floor and frightened us both. We searched the area for a spider or maybe a small rodent to explain what we saw. Then we realized we didn't hear any feet. Can't find anything where the shadow appeared to go. We had to tear apart a wall in our bathroom recently because the pipe was splitting up 10 feet. The wall opening is loosely connected to this creepy underground cellar in our house. There's a lot of empty space under our floors. I was peering into the darkness of the hole in the wall when I saw glowing red eyes, accented pale cheekbones, and a nose. I rushed away as quick as possible. That was about 2 weeks ago. Last week, I lost a small earring on the bathroom floor. Then a day later, it rolled toward me on the floor from the direction of the hole in the wall. I was not about to look in there again. Just today, I was looking into the reflection of the large window in my living room. I was at an angle and I noticed I didn't recognize the room in the reflection. I started looking closer and tried to identify the stuff in my house through the window. The stuff I see is definitely not my furniture. When I move forward, I see a little red-headed child facing away with her head buried in a woman's arms. I tilt my gaze upward and I see a pale woman with straight white hair, glowing red eyes, and the creepiest smile, looking right at me too. I tried Googling her appearance, but I couldn't find anything helpful. If anybody knows anything about this, please help because I'm not equipped to handle a potential demon. Clown, ghost, or spirit. Around 2017 and 2018, I was about 10 to 11 years old. My mom started living with her new boyfriend up in the city, and I occasionally go up there sometimes. On our neighborhood road, there's a Vietnamese church. It was about 11 p.m. and my parents are outside, and I was with my new neighbor at her house also outside. I start looking up at the church, and keep in mind there's a motion light that usually stays on, which, when I started looking, I saw a silhouette of a clown or something wearing a clown mask. When I noticed the silhouette, I noticed its hands were like a pistol and a baseball bat. The figure started walking back and forth across the yard to the point where I could see the weapons in its hands, with the baseball bat in his or her shoulder and the pistol pointed down. It kept walking for about 20-30 seconds, and I was staring directly at the figure, mind you. Then out of nowhere, it vanishes out of thin air as if nothing was there and just walked into a portal. Now, it could have been my imagination, but I asked my neighbor around my age then, and he said he saw it too. If anybody can try and debunk this, by all means do so. I'm 16 now as of 2025, and still sticks with me to this day. Little kids upstairs. I was around 5 or 6. My sisters were teenagers. My dad was and is an alcoholic. My mom was and is a smoker. My room was about a foot from my sister's room upstairs, so we were neighbors. While my parents were downstairs, practically underneath my bedroom. At around 10 or 12 a.m., my parents would hear my sisters playing upstairs. And keep in mind, I was really young, so I don't remember anything besides what my mom and sister told me. But my sisters, they weren't really playing with each other. They were playing with another person. And that other person was a little girl in a yellow sundress or a dress. But I heard this story years later. I was creeped the fuck out. Once I heard that story, I remembered that when I was in kindergarten or first grade, I remember seeing a little girl in a yellow sundress following me around as if the spirit finally left the house and attached to me. I told him about the little girl. There was also a little boy. A little boy, I'm guessing, would have hung out in my room. I remember that the little boy was wearing a bright blue shirt and dark blue pants, and he would follow me around too. Now, I told my mom and sister about this, and remembered my little sister telling me that she also remembers seeing that little boy. I'm not sure if my mind was playing tricks on me, or if that house had little kids that died, or something. Dad now lives in that house as my parents are divorced and have been for years. Big Oof. So I grew up in a house that was built in the 1920s. I lived with my grandmother's child. I would sleep in her room. Unfortunately, she slept in total darkness. But I remember seeing weird things. I always saw a black figure sitting in the corner of the room watching me. I knew I wasn't seeing things because sometimes it would move. At one point, I woke up to use the bathroom. It was right next to me. When I screamed and backed up into the mirror next to the bed, the mirror crashed and fell and woke my grandmother up. She thought I broke the mirror and refused to believe me, even though I know that that black mass did it. Random, but another thing I saw clear as day in that dark-ass room was a white, milky-colored pirate ship, huge, floating above my head. I know I'm not crazy, because years later my mom started talking about why she hated the house and she slept in the same room as a child. Told me that she saw it too, and I never told her. Moved into my mom's old bedroom after that night. Doors would open on their own. I'd hear footsteps, and I'd go out and look and no one would be there. Best friend also witnessed it when she spent the night. Never slept there again. Later on, I researched the history of the house, and get this. It used to be a flower shop. Old couple lived with their son, when one day the old man went crazy, killed his wife and his son in their sleep, then killed himself, right in the room where he used to sleep. Get this, the wallpaper started coming off the wall in the room, decided to pull on it. Pirate ship hand-painted wallpaper. We eventually moved out of that house, and after my uncle died in the house because things just got way too weird. Things wouldn't be where we left them. Got to the point where we'd wake up to the front door open. Fuck that house. Did I just experience a hypnagogic hallucination, or was there an actual entity? Last night I was having a nightmare. Some guy with a knife was trying to get at us. He's part of a group trip or something. We weren't allowed to expel him for being a threat due to some stupid politics. Eventually, the knife guy actually starts trying to knife us. It felt like he was supposed to be taken down in my dream, but bullets kept evading him and such. Got to the point where nothing was working, and suddenly I was the bait. He starts going after me, and it really feels like he's supposed to be taken down now. But he manages to actually grab me. I can feel the tickle and pressure from him weighing on my body. There's still this weird feeling, like the script is going wrong. It seems like actual harm is about to come my way in the dream. Which, for my decades of living, I remember 0 instances of that happening in a dream to me ever. My brain and body are like, hell no. So I wake up. And here's what's weird. After I wake up, my vision starts to clarify. Like clarify what's actually in the room around me. It's still dark, so shapes are coming into focus. I sleep with my cat and child and husband. Super weird because it looked like my toddler sitting on my right lower rib and stomach area. But I can also feel her lying next to me. She looks turned away from me with longer curly hair than she actually has. My vision is fully in focus at this point, as much as possible for the darkness level, and I can definitely see this child thing on me and my actual child next to me. I freak out, wave my arm through the thing on me, and it disappeared as I swiped through it. But looking around more, it just barely glimpses back into the existence in the same spot. Now I'm terrified and completely get up to change sides of the bed to cuddle with my husband. I was scared while having the nightmare, but was totally fine after waking up, mostly relieved. The thing on me never felt threatening. I only got scared when I realized it wasn't supposed to be there. And if it were an entity, I wouldn't be able to say if it were nice and helped me wake from the bad dream or if it caused it. Felt like it was nice, I guess. And of course, I was so close to dreaming that maybe it was a hallucination. I couldn't be sleep paralysis because I was capable of fully moving. The closest thing I saw that could be it is a hypnagogic hallucination. Wasn't falling asleep though, and it slightly reappeared after being fully alert and moving, and personally, I'm not convinced that we don't just come up with hallucination explanations for things that we really don't want to be real. I've experienced like that loud, real sound when falling asleep once or twice in my life, but that's it. The Broom Lady. I'm a teacher. I work at a public school in Puerto Rico. It was once used before to specialize in students with vision impairment and severe learning disabilities and needs. Time has not been kind to its structure. It's pretty ancient, really. I had a few storms and hurricanes like Maria, which have resulted in some sections of the school sealed off as precautions. They've been deemed dangerous to the staff and students, falling debris and mold and water damage. So much so that an entire third floor was declared unusable and had been locked off. And truthfully, the school survived the mass closing of schools due to its population and location. But anyways, ghost stories naturally bloom in places like that. There have been sightings of ghost children running around the building that were previously used as a residence for kids with severe conditions that lacked transportation and had restricted movements. There's also evidence that some died in the grounds as a result of their conditions. Another noteworthy event is a teacher dying of a heart attack while giving class. Witnesses claim that they've experienced weird occurrences. The activity varies from giggling, doors slamming shut and locking themselves, and chains rattling. I always thought of this as a bunch of bullshit. I've stayed alone countless of times before in school, and after dark. I've never experienced any activity until last summer. I was working on a mural with my assistant and some students as part of a program our summer camp offered. Once we were done, I decided that I should find a bag to put all the materials we used in. While I'm walking back into the main building, I'm seeing what looked to me as a janitor sweeping the floors down the hall. A tall, slick, black-haired woman who I've never seen before. At least at first I thought that she was new to the program. I meant to ask her for a spare bag, and as I sort of friendly walked up to them, ready to talk to them, they take a corner into where I knew led to a cleaning closet, and I lost sight of them. As I take the same corner, I'm ready to greet them and engage in conversation, and I'm met with a locked cleaning closet, padlock and everything. Stood there motionless. My assistant, who was walking behind me, caught up to me and asked me if I was all right. Quickly turned around and asked her if she had seen the woman. She looked at me bewildered. There was no one there. All the hair on my skin stood up, and I felt such primal fear that even my eyes watered. She said I looked white as a sheet. To tell you the truth, I can't remember if I saw any facial features at all, or she was even holding a broom at all. I took it to a fellow teacher's friend, and most of them joked about the subject, chalked it up to being an overworked or underpaid. Others told me I was overdue for having an experience like that. To this day, I can't really explain what I saw, but I don't stay after work anymore. I answered a voice that sounded like my uncle. It wasn't him. When I was about 5 or 6, I was home with my older sister. We were the only ones in the house, She was around 7 or 8 at the time. We were sitting in the living room watching TV, just a normal, quiet afternoon. Then we both heard our uncle call my name from upstairs. It was clear and loud enough to carry down the stairs. He just said my name, like he was trying to get my attention. Looked at my sister, and she looked at me and said, "You heard that, right?" She nodded. Didn't think much of it at the time. I remember getting up and going upstairs, assuming he was home and needed something. I went straight to his room and pushed the door open. No one was there. The lights were off, the room was completely empty, and quiet and still. Stood there for a second confused, and then it hit me. Our uncle wasn't home. He was overseas at the time, had been for a while. Went back downstairs, told my sister that there was no one there, and she looked just as freaked out as I felt. Neither of us said much after that. Never figured out really what that was. Both heard it. It was his voice exactly. I still think about it sometimes. Whatever it was, it sounded just like him. Too perfect, too real. Was it just our imagination, or something pretending to be him? Welcome to Paranormal M, where the strange is normal and fear is familiar. Each episode dives into chilling stories that leave more questions than answers. Subscribe and ring the bell, and the shadows are just getting started. First time I've ever seen a ghost. I've always dismissed the whole ghost thing to be a bunch of hocus pocus. Backstory. I've just moved back to Scotland after living in Spain for 6 years. 4 of those years spent living in rural properties. And I mean rural, up in the mountains and stuff. Always heard noises and animals. Never bothered me. Since coming back, I've moved into another rural property, albeit only 5 minutes from town, still fairly secluded. The property in question is owned by the mother of one of my very good friends. She hasn't lived there for over 6 months, so it's pretty bare and trashy inside. A long story. However, I have moved into the annex of the house. We call it a granny flat here. The annex is separated by a porch and vestibule, which separates me from the main house. So fast forward to 1 week ago on Monday. It was after midnight. I'd just gotten into bed. However, I could see from my bedroom window that one of the lights was on the main house. Got out of bed and made my way to the main house, and it was the kitchen light. Whether I left it on or not, I'm not sure. And to set the scene, the kitchen's at the end of a rather large hallway. There's 2 bedrooms on the left and one on the right, and a final bedroom down at the bottom. And this is gospel. As soon as I reached for the switch to turn it off, I swear to fucking God, I seen what looked like a shadow of a small boy or girl darting across the hallway. Went into one of the bedrooms. Safe to say I was out of there quickly. I've not gone back into the main house since, at least at night. And I don't go in there now. Now, I'm a 31-year-old guy, not scared of much. I've even been ghost hunting some awfully creepy places in my time. Cortijo Girado, for one. Never felt uneasy. Always thought it just kind of a bit of a laugh and a joke. However, this really shook me. Here's where it gets creepy. Explained to the owner of the house what had happened and said that there's nothing compared to the things that she's seen in that house. She mentioned a small boy on various occasions, from what I had seen, and also a very tall and thin man. Apparently they hang at the end of the house, or the other end of the house where the sitting room is, and also other strange things that happened in the field behind, like animals mysteriously disappearing, or died, or whatever. She told me she'd never liked being in that house alone. She even had somebody come up to do some kind of cleansing. He was apparently burning sage in the house, and a bush blew up in his face. He left, never came back, so there you go. To help a friend with a ghost, a double witness account. This isn't a haunting I was dealing with, but a friend. We met through my parents. I came home from school one day, and my dad was in the driveway standing alongside who would become a really good friend, and their father. I was introduced and I did my routine greeting, giving a nod and offered a handshake in my name. We were always together after that, but what was strange was whenever I went over to their house, I couldn't spend the night. But he'd always asked to spend the night over at our house. So one day, while over at his house, we were playing the game, and I had just gotten Resident Evil 4. I thought it would be an awesome surprise. Yeah, it is. And I reached in my backpack and I retrieved it, but they actually recoiled from it. No way, man. My house is haunted. I can't. I didn't know this, so I asked a few questions about it and if we could go to investigate. Or, well, in my mind, instigate. He said his dad didn't believe him at all, and he was doing this rent-to-own thing and didn't want to move. My friend lived in the basement, which was a mother-in-law unit, meaning that it was basically a house underneath the house. We went around the stairwell, which was walled, so it separated the room. When you come around the stairwell, down the range is the kitchen. He then pointed to a door with a window on it, which was a pantry. I was standing by the wall with the staircase on the other side of it. He was closer to the center of the room, but still adjacent to me. He said that basically, if you stay around the area, sometimes something will pass by the door. He said like a cloud. So we started firing down range as many things as we could hopefully do to make it appear. I loaded up a super loud, "Show yourself," just as he fired away a, "Hey," and then it happened. Something white and bright moved across the window, which inside was pitch black, and there was no windows inside of the pantry other than the door itself. It moved across the window so fast that we both took it in and ran at the same time. I lost a sandal trying to get up the steps. Barely had the chance to recover it before we got upstairs, and I grabbed it with my eyes closed. When we both made it up the stairs, we both heard a slam downstairs. And then that made us run outside of the house. His father was outside, and we proceeded to tell him what had happened. I kept adding in that we both saw it. They moved after that. It took a few months, but he became a different person, though. At least you got your sandal back. Paranormal. As somebody who has done with the paranormal many times before, it's kind of normal now. And in the apartment that I live in, I always see shadows and feel presences. And more, including my stuff being moved. Even though I know I never did move them. So really, these stories is gonna be about personal experiences or my family's experiences. I remember one time when I was about 6 or 8, me and my family were at Little Caesars. I was in the car with my mom at the time, and it was also nighttime. I know it wasn't an illusion or a trick of the light. I was on my phone, and suddenly I randomly had the urge to look up from my phone. I looked in the back of a car window, and I saw a ghost of an old woman. And at this point of time, I forgot what my grandma even looked like. She died when I was 4, and now I barely remember her. So I knew it had to be someone in my family, or maybe a random person. Me being a little kid, casually asked my mom, and I quote, "Who's the lady in the back window?" My mom looked up from her phone at me like I was crazy. "What are you talking about?" My mom said, confused. "The old lady, she's in the window," I said, pretty determined. And I'm sure that it was a ghost, not a trick of the light or reflecting an actual old lady. There is also another story. Instead, my mom told me it. I had sort of had another grandpa. My mom used to be a nurse, so she met him at the nursing home and let him live in the house. His name was John. He was really cool, and 4-year-old me bonded greatly with him. I think he died of COPD, I think. Me and my mom were staring over at my grandpa in my grandma's apartment before my grandma died and my dad was still chilling in the apartment. That's because my mom didn't want to live where somebody just died, and also because they lived in the apartment like next door to us. We were shopping somewhere and came home for some reason, but something was off, clearly off. His favorite show at the time was on TV, though we were sure the TV had been off, and Mom was like, hell no, so we left immediately. We were downstairs and a neighbor said, "Tell John to stop rolling around on the floor." Mom raised an eyebrow. He died, though. She was, of course, confused, since we were already living with my grandma and grandpa at that moment, and he died. "Well, I hear him at night rolling on the floor," the neighbor said with shock and probably fear. Doors slamming and fairly visible figures. Unfortunately, there's no pictures to back this, as I was only about 12 or 13 when this happened. I'm 18 now. I would always stay up late, later than you'd expect, just watching content on my iPad and just catching up with some of my favorite people to watch, like Jelly, Slogo Man, and all the stuff you'd expect a 13-year-old to watch, really. I'd literally spend most of my nights watching stuff like this and playing games. I had a weird bed, I guess, but regardless. Underneath my bed was my desk and my PS4, in which I'd play games on. Most nights I'd usually just play out the same, watch videos, then fall asleep. But it was about 12-ish at night. I never really remembered things all that well, but I guess you could say this is one of those events that you can remember to the minute. I just started watching videos, and I was sat with my iPad on my chest, laying down, somewhat getting tired. But it felt weird. It was an old house, and in fact a renovated barn house, so most doors had little windows above them. And of course, my bed being quite high, if I sat up I could see straight out the window onto the landing. It was if something was stood on the ladder of my bed to get up so I'd take a look down, as I had a gut feeling. But nothing was there, of course. I brush it off, as at this point I usually just watch scary stuff. I had a strange reason to always just try and scare myself. I honestly don't know why. But I had one of those blinds where you pull one string, goes up, pull the other string, goes down. It was old, so it was hard to kind of move, but it was just shot up straight back and down. And at this point, I'm shook up. Run to my parents' room, and they say that it was just the wind to calm me down. And I took the bait, of course. Being 13, I knew none the wiser. There were other cases of seeing figures at the end of the hallway through the window. They never really did anything but walk about, going in and out of the bathroom and down the stairs. You could clearly see them, but you could never hear them. So, of course, it wasn't exactly a person. From that night on, kind of picked up. And if you really want, you can ping me a message and I can draw out the things that I could see, but that's up to you. Every time we drove past or walked past, you could see something stood in the same window. The same window my blind went up and down in. And I'm going to cut it short because I feel most people won't want to read this, but let me know. There's a lot more to this. I saw a big black wolf with red eyes. As the title states, I saw a big black wolf with glowing red eyes in the middle of the afternoon when I was younger. I was outside of my grandmother's house playing. I ran around to the front yard, and on the right side of the house, I saw this creature. It just stood there and didn't move at all. Being young, it terrified me and I ran away. Curiosity was also a major factor, so about 15 seconds after I ran away, I went back to where I saw it and it was gone. She had a fenced-in backyard where it was standing, and I'd have seen it leave the property. And this wasn't in a rural area either. This was a suburb in Connecticut, a very big and busy town, right near the town green. I've searched the internet for years for what this might have been, but I've never found anybody having a similar experience. I've read tales of similar creatures in dreams or whatnot, but never one of them out in the suburb in the middle of the afternoon on a sunny day. Also, it might be important to add that my grandmother did witchcraft or black magic. Yeah, maybe. I don't know if there's even a difference between the two. There was another time, me and my younger brother were inside my grandmother's house. We're walking up the stairs, and keep in mind this is a very old house with a chapel in it. Stained glass window and everything. And 3/4 of the way up the stairs, we see the literal Grim Reaper walk from the right side, stop at the top of the stairs, and stare at us. We both stopped and looked at each other at exactly the same time. So I know it wasn't our imagination. It then walked into a bedroom on the left, ran down those stairs faster than you'd think children can even run. And I don't know if these two encounters could be related in some way. If anybody has any information on what these things could have been, or what it meant or anything, please tell me. I'm 25 now, and I've been wondering for years what those creatures were. And this isn't one of those made-up creepypastas to scare people. This is legitimate. Any information is appreciated. I don't have words for this title. That day, my cousin was taking his final breaths. I sat beside him, I was holding his hand, and I was whispering, "Hope for the best, everything will be all right." But deep down, we both knew. Tears streamed down his face, and then in the last moments, his body started releasing waste onto the bed, and detail I'll never forget. Minutes later, he exhaled for the last time, and he was gone. But the strange part didn't start until the funeral. As we lifted his body from the bed to prepare it for cremation, a bit of the waste unknowingly smeared into my forearm. I didn't notice at first, but as we began carrying him to the pyre, I started smelling something, and it was faint at first, then stronger. The closer we got to the firewood, the worse the smell became. Not just bad, unbearable. It wasn't like anything I've ever experienced before. Still, I said nothing and forced myself through it. I helped place his body on the pyre. Once the funeral had ended, I went straight to a nearby water source and washed the area pretty thoroughly. I made sure there was nothing left. Then I got on my bike to head home, about 20 kilometers away. It was around 7:30 p.m. The roads are usually busy at that time. They're well lit and they're full of vehicles. But that night it was dead silent. Not a single truck or car in sight. Just me and the road. About 13 kilometers in, there's a beach on the right side of the road. And while passing it, I saw somebody lying by the roadside, just a few meters away. I figured it was a drunk or a drug addict and I ignored it. But then the smell hit me again. That same exact unbearable stench from earlier. I told myself it was nothing. Then I just needed a shower when I got home. But suddenly, the smell intensified and it was choking, like it was being forced up my nose, and then I saw it. A black figure. Short, barely reaching half of my height, just standing in the middle of the road ahead. I didn't stop and I couldn't stop. Something deep inside screamed that if I did, something terrible would happen. I swerved past it at full speed, but the moment I passed it, I heard it behind me, chasing me. and I was riding at 90 kilometers an hour, and it was still keeping pace. I didn't dare look back. I just rode. When I finally reached my street and pulled over, I felt frozen. My body was ice cold with fear. I checked my forearm where the waste had been earlier, and I had washed it, and I swear I washed it, but it was back. The same foul smear, the same stench. I don't know what followed me that night, or if it was ever just about the waste. All I know is, since that day, weird things keep happening to me. Shadows where they shouldn't be. That smell returning out of nowhere. And dreams. Dreams so vivid I wake up drenched in sweat. And even writing this now, I've got goosebumps all over my arms. If you've ever experienced something like this, I'd really like to know that I'm not alone. Not everyone's dishes clamor at night. Hey, so don't this happen to everyone, but anytime I tell people, they look at me strange, and I've been wondering about this for a few months now. I decided to get your input. Let me know if you'd ever hear this at night. So every night, for the entire time we were living at this one house, when everyone, being me, Mom, and Dad, would go to bed, the dishes would clamor. Think somebody unloading the dishwasher or getting a pot out while hitting all the other pots on the way. It was loud enough as the kitchen was on the first floor. We slept on the second floor. It was loud ceramic and metal bangs, clearly from the dishes for hours, sometimes throughout the night. This happened so consistently that I asked my mom about it. She brushed it off, joking that it was a domovoi, a house elf in Russian folklore. Obviously joking, so being young, I brushed it off as one of those noises that houses just make. Fast forward to this year. We're on the topic of ghosts and how my mom doesn't believe in ghosts, but has had multiple experiences that she can't explain. I'd say that we're agnostic on the ghost topic, but slightly leaning towards skepticism. So I brought up that house as a joke, and how I thought those dish sounds were so weird, until I realized it happened to everyone. She kind of got quieter and eventually explained that there was something weird about that house. And yes, dishes may make a few sounds at night, but not clamor for hours the way they would there. She didn't know why it would happen, and it freaked her out enough to not want to worry young me. In the next few months, I would ask my friends, "Hey guys, you know how dishes make noises sometimes at night, right?" In sort of a hopeful tone. But all of them have said no and looked at me with concern. I guess my question is, has anybody else heard this? We didn't have a dishwasher, and my mom always keeps the kitchen clean. Can't go to bed without it. She's extremely particular about it. So I know those dishes weren't out or in the sink or anything. Happened a bit at the next house, I think, but nothing like before. And now I've lived alone for years and haven't heard any dishes. The Rake in Oregon. Back in my early teens, living near the little coastal town of Bandon, there was one early morning where my family and I were woken up by our border collie going off. We all went outside to see what was up, my parents and older siblings being the first to exit the house. And like I said, it didn't take place for very long. All we saw, what seemed like a bobcat or something, dart across the top of the driveway and disappear into the trees across the road. And that ultimately led them to dismissing what led to our dog barking. Everyone went back inside, but I lingered for an extra minute as the sun was rising. Something just seemed kind of strange to me. Looking back on it now, I think maybe it was just too quiet. Even with that bobcat or whatever being around, and I mean her dog, she was usually rather docile. I don't think I'd ever heard her bark like that. It was after a minute or two that I heard this bone-chilling noise. It was a sharp, raspy gasp, like somebody choking on air. Outside, it was very loud, but from what I could tell later, none of my family heard it inside. It was coming from this abandoned small in-law cabin. It was in a little patch of trees near the house, which was kind of falling apart, but had rats living in it and we used to store our garbage. Well, until we took it to the dump. I never liked going near that thing, before or after this incident. It always gave me the creeps, and I wonder now if maybe there was more than just rats living there. But this is the only event I can recall where I heard anything strange or a dog acting in a weird way. Anyway, I heard these gasps a few times before rushing back inside, and while I've tried to make any sort of match to a normal animal or a wild animal in the area, it just wasn't. And to this day, I can still vividly recall the sound. And after all this time, I've kind of come to believe it was the rake, based on others' experiences. But yeah, I just kind of think about how that encounter sometimes, and I just felt like sharing it. Story. In December of 2022, I moved to a second-floor apartment with my girlfriend and her son. It's a typical run-of-the-mill 3-bedroom apartment. It's in a highly populated area in Staten Island. And it's no way off the beaten path. I actually hate it because it's such a loud, busy area. About 4 months in, I was sitting on my couch and heard a female voice from behind me. They said my full name. Robert, not Rob or Robbie. It said Robert. The voice sounded like a young woman in her mid-20s to early 30s. It was clear as a bell. It sounded like it was maybe 3 inches from the back of my head. About a week and a half later, the same thing happened again. Voice and my full name. I was alone on the couch, and again, all of the activity usually happens in the daytime for some reason. And don't get me wrong, things at night too, but the daytime is when I'm alone and usually when shit kind of kicks off. The voice is not familiar to me at all. Then maybe a few days go by, and another voice sounded like it cleared its throat, kind of like an old man, and said my full name. I've only experienced one genuine event in my life, which I can confidently assert was real. But regardless of what others may say, other events have occurred in the past as a child. However, I'd like to believe that I'm a rational individual, and it was an overactive imagination. I'm not a sensitive psychic or an empath or any other noun that would be somebody with those gifts. I was raised Catholic, and I'm in my late 30s, and I still adhere to my religion. I'm really just a regular blue-collar guy, and I can hear myself ranting while writing this post, so I'll try and keep the rest short and sweet. If you'd like me to be more detailed, just post it, and I'll definitely do so. So I've heard growling, hissing, and breathing, and deep-hearted breathing. It just doesn't sound right. And also I've heard snarl-like sounds that I can't even think as being an animal that would make such a sound. And I've been touched twice. Pretty sure I've walked through something a few times. I can't really articulate the feeling because it's its own feeling, but there was some type of electricity to it all, and the hairs on the neck and the back of my arms, they all go up, and goosebumps. They're so predominant that it looks like braille or sandpaper. I've seen shadows move across the walls. One time I'm in the shower, and it absolutely looked like somebody walked right past the curtain because it blocked out the light. And I saw the silhouette of a person's body walking, and there's a voice mimicking. I'll hear my girlfriend's voice, or she'll hear my voice. There'll be gentle knocks, and hard banging knocks like the police are banging on someone's door, and I also see things from time to time. It's always out of my peripheral vision for a split second, but in that split second, I see it, so it's clear and it seems like I'm looking at things for much longer times. I hear objects fall, and when I get to investigate, there's nothing out of place. Literally last week I was taking a shower and I heard the most beautiful angelic voice humming a song softly. It really scares me to think that voice was so absolutely beautiful. I've had a considerable amount of experiences while living here, and I'd love to share it with people who will not judge me. My primary focus is to seek insights and possibly share experiences. The reality is that these events happen in movies, not real life. But what I've shared so far isn't even the tip of the iceberg. I have audio and video evidence of whatever is happening here. And if I didn't possess it to back me up, I think I'd have myself into a hospital because I'd definitely be insane or have some type of mental illness. And there's one more thing that seems strange to me. You would think I would be afraid of what's going on, but for some reason I'm not. Sometimes it'll be a scare, as if somebody pops out on you unexpectedly, because a lot of the time these things catch me off guard, but besides that, I don't understand why I'm not terrified. Question. So I, an 18-year-old male, work at a theme park. I won't disclose the name of it, but I saw something. I want to know your guys' thoughts on it. I was never a firm believer in ghosts and things, and I was on the sub for fun. However, I may have a changed view now. So one night a couple of weeks ago, we were locking up the scare mazes that the park opened for their Halloween event. Now, 2 of these mazes are located in a fairly old historic building, one in the basement and one at the very top of the building. We were closing up the first maze in the basement as usual, going through to make sure everyone was out. And there's one part of the maze where you walk through lots of shelves with jars on them. Now, in scare mazes, the actors run through things called rat runs, which helps us get a better scare, sort of like shortcuts through the maze layout. I went into the rat run located by these shelves, and I thought I heard something. I went to check, and I saw a little boy in really old medieval clothing. I asked if he was okay, and he just ran off. Couldn't find him. Wasn't even pale or transparent, just a normal-looking boy. I put all this down to me seeing things and carried on throughout the rest of the maze, but this next bit, this is what I can't explain. So once we closed the first maze, we went up the stairs to the second one, began walking through that. I honestly can't tell you how this happened, but there's something you should know beforehand. This maze is huge. It takes about 15 minutes to walk through. And there's no hidden rooms apart from the rat runs, as it's on the top floor. And if we went beyond the walls, we'd be falling to our death. So at that, me and my group were walking through and everything went dark. I don't know when or how, but I found myself in a completely dark, silent room. Not too cold or too hot, like perfect balance between all of my senses. I assumed I'd wandered into a rat run, so I took about 3 steps before I saw a line of light, like a crack in a wall. I went to it about 4 steps and stepped through. It was back in the maze, and I exited by the dollhouse, and here's the thing. The dollhouse is on the other end of the maze, and I was very confused, but when I turned back, the gap in the wall had gone. About 10 minutes later, my ground came round the corner and asked me where I'd been. I told him what had happened, but obviously the gap had gone. Seriously, though, what happened was physically impossible. How did I walk 10 to 15 minutes and 3 steps to the other side of the maze? This is what has caused me to write on here. Do any of you guys know, and does it sound familiar? Or am I going crazy? My Ghost Silly Jimmy. Growing up, I've always had an eye for the paranormal, and a sense for it. Always knew there was something beyond. I've had ghosts attached to me frequently, and this recent one stayed for a few days, then disappeared. I have a tendency to give ghosts silly names. Could be masking fear to make it a joke, to be honest, but this recent one I named Jimmy. Every time he would come around, I never really got a super negative feeling. It was more like a, oh, I'm going to try to spook you, not a, oh, I'm going to take your soul. Jimmy would walk around, and I heard his footsteps, and I would see him occasionally standing in the doorway just chilling. He likes to make it known that he was there, like moving objects or lights or touching me. I started calling him Jimmy, and after I did, he started getting more friendly, like he was happy I was acknowledging him. Every time I heard something, I would say, "Hi, Jimmy." Or if it was a light flickering, I would say, "Silly Jimmy, you don't pay the electricity bill, so stop messing with my lights." Then he would stop. Jimmy was cool. But he moved on, and I'm happy for him. I keep saying him because he presented himself as an older gentleman when he showed himself. I hope I helped him cross over, but I do kind of miss my silly Jimmy. My crazy ghost story, or not, who knows? I remember perfectly when it all started, 2 years ago, when I first felt an entity or ghost touching me because I was recording on my computer. My best friend asked me to record her wishing or quote-unquote gambling on a game called Genshin Impact. Mid-recording, I start feeling an entity, and sorry, I know this sounds stupid, but I felt an entity having his way with my butt in a sexual manner. Oh boy. I have video of me in total panic, messaging several friends on Discord asking for what I should do, while I had on computer several internet tabs open on how to repel ghosts. Everything sounds stupid, I know, but I would 100% feel his quote-unquote touch and quote-unquote nodding of approval. If he wanted to say yes, he'd shake head, and if he wanted to say no, and him constantly and continuously having his way with me. At some point, I laid down in bed, and I'd feel its weight on the bed, and I'd feel his movement and weight on the bed shifting. If I changed position in bed, he would stop, shift position, and continued his quote-unquote thing. When I found this, I kept shifting positions until I eventually tired myself and just gave up. He was extremely communicative, constantly nodding or shaking his head when I asked questions, but I also felt enormous headaches. Anyway, long story short, eventually my friends come up with the idea to ask for God's help, specifically ask for the help of Archangel Michael. And this was the only thing that helped in hours of panic. I was asked to read Psalms 90 and 91 from the Bible. And these specific Psalms from the Bible were beautiful. As I was reading them, I was crying, then help came. I don't remember many details of this part, but it was even more insane. And how? I felt a completely different entity, or several other entities at my feet, and they were now completely glued to the floor by some incredible power. My feet couldn't move at all, and I was on a chair. And the best way I can describe is my feet were superglued to the floor by some insane energy. And if I tried, and I did try, to remove my feet from the floor, I felt like my entire skin would rip off. It was insane. So I stayed immobile. My head thoughts were rushing and thinking many things, so the entity made a shush motion on my lips for me to shut up or stop thinking random crap. So I tried to blank my mind and calm down, and this new entity that happened, or appeared, I'd feel them touching me all over my body, and as if they were fixing it, putting parts back together or in place. A scary thing happened. It was nearly 11 p.m. when the noises began. And at first, I was thinking it was maybe the family cat who was making the noises, probably scratching the wood beams or something to sharpen her nails. So I ignored it, and just as I thought, the noises stopped soon after. A minute or two fly by, and the scratching noises came back, and it was still outside the house, but this time I heard the whining sound of a dog and thought it was one of the dogs that we had, trying to get into the detached kitchen to steal some grub. Without thinking further into the matter, I decided to get out and check the kitchen, and along the way I picked up some grub to chase the dog away by giving out some snacks. While I was still inside grabbing some food, the noises became harried. The whining had some pain mixed in, while the scratching became urgent. It was like it was trying to get me to hurry as the dog got stuck while trying to sneak in or something. Worried that the dog might have hurt itself with its stint, I hurriedly went outside only to be surprised by what I saw. There was nothing. No dog was trying to get in. Everything was in place just as I'd left it when I closed the door leading toward the detached kitchen earlier that day. Weird, I thought. Did the dog get inside? And at the thought of the dog making a mess inside, I quickly left the house and entered the kitchen, but no dog could be found either. It probably left when I realized, or rather it realized it couldn't enter. I concluded this and decided to continue reading at the comfort of my room. It was cold outside, so I was in a real hurry to get back inside. Putting the stuff away, I headed back to my room. And as soon as I lay down my bed, the scratching noise came back, and this time it was the crying sound of the puppy that we had. I quickly jumped off the bed and went outside, only to find the same scene as earlier. No dog in sight. I was puzzled by what was happening. I stood by the door, scratching my head, and I couldn't for the life of me figure out what was happening. The thought that it was something paranormal didn't occur to me either, as I was used to getting out in ungodly hours. And aside from a previous experience 4 years earlier, nothing else happened. However, something sounded out that sent shivers to my spine. It was an animal call, a cooing, a bird call in the middle of the night. And I would, of course, find it normal if it wasn't for it being nighttime. We live in a place with plenty of trees, so it was normal to hear bird calls. But in the middle of the night, it was rare for a bird to call during the night around these parts, and the birds that do that didn't sound like the one I just heard. My heart started pounding, and I hurriedly retreated back into the house. I shut the door quickly, as if my life depended on it. However, just as I shut this door, I heard the bird call a few times more from the same direction. It was just a few meters from the door, just shrouded by pitch-black darkness. The bird call sounded eerie and dripping with sinister intent. I didn't like it one bit. It felt like it was mocking me. A few more shivers ran down my spine as it continued to call, and I slowly backed away from the door while thinking about this bird call. As somebody who had lived in the province for years now, I haven't even heard of this bird call before. Sounded like a pigeon or maybe an owl. But there wasn't any pigeon at this part of the province. Neither was there an owl, at least there wasn't that I was aware of. As soon as I got back to my room, I managed to regain my nerves and soon calmed down. However, it wasn't long before the scratching sound came back, and this time it was still the puppy sound, but there was some other sound mixed in with it. It was like the sound a rat makes. It was weird. I tried to ignore the sounds, and I started typing about this experience to distract myself and maybe help rationalize the experience. However, as if noticing it wasn't going to come out, the sound switched again. This time it was the sound of a chicken that was in pain. Fuck, I cursed. What was outside was real cunning, trying to use every animal that we had. I really wanted to go outside and check if our chicken was really in danger, but I stopped the impulse and didn't move. I could hear dissatisfaction from the voice when I noticed that it wasn't going anywhere. I was starting to get worried that it would try to get inside the house, but I still didn't dare to move nor make a noise. I know that acknowledging whatever evil was outside would just make it more active, so I didn't dare to react anymore. And after that, the scratching sound disappeared, and yet I could still hear those animal noises. There was the sound of a chicken wing flapping and some other animal screaming. But soon I heard no more, and a few days passed since the last incident, and I was back outside at night like nothing happened. And I mean, it's not like I can just stay at home all the time. However, I still feel jittery and anxious whenever I hear some shuffling or rustling somewhere in the dark. Can't help it. Feeling fear is what makes us human. It's a self-preservation instinct. And there were a few instances where I had to check out what was happening outside a couple of times for the past few days, but everything was okay. Well, at least so far. They were caused by the pets that we had. So I just went on with life. I was happy that the past was behind me. Or that's what I would have liked to say. However, last night was different. It was that same shiver I got in that night, and it was like I was being observed as prey. That kind of feeling that you get when you have that strange suspicion that somebody's observing you or staring at you, but you can't see anyone, yet you know someone or something is there. It was around 8:30 when it started. I was outside the house looking for a good signal so I could send a message. It's one of the things I hate when it comes to living in the province. The data signal is so bad inside that you have to go someplace else just to get a good one. I would have loved to stay inside of the comfort of the room, but the message was something urgent. I had no choice but to go outside and become a portable blood bag for mosquitoes for a while. Anyways, as I'm standing under a guava tree, scrolling through my social media and chatting with a few friends while waiting for a reply, I suddenly heard a rustling sound followed by the flapping of wings. Thought it was some of the chickens that we have around moving amongst the branches of the trees. Still, I couldn't help but look up and I saw nothing. Just the bright moon and clouds moving and maybe some shadows of the leaves. Probably some fruit bats, I thought. I had seen a few before, and some had gotten inside the house too. It wasn't anything new and not something to worry about, so I just shrugged and forgot about it. However, before I could go back to what I was doing, I noticed something was wrong. It was something I hadn't paid attention to as I was having fun with my phone. It was quiet. Too quiet. It was a silence dripping with eeriness. The murmurs of the river nearby was the only thing that reminded me that time hadn't stood still. At this time of the night, I'd usually hear different calls of the wild. The only music of the night that you wouldn't hear anywhere else. Nah, it's probably nothing, I said to myself. It's not the first time I noticed this situation before. 10 years. I had lived here for 10 years now, and I wasn't a stranger to the place anymore. This sort of thing happens, and nothing had ever happened. I didn't dare think about situations I'd seen in movies, as they're too dramatic sometimes, to the point that they tend to be unreliable. I'm probably just too paranoid, I concluded. I wasn't about to admit that I'd been scared easily due to the events that transpired a few nights before. So I stood there under the guava tree and tried to stand my ground, and suddenly, a sound came which made me feel relieved for the first time in my life. Tsk, tsk, tsk. It was a rapid, continuous sound. It was something like a lizard's call, and I heard before the same thing, or probably some other animal sound. I tried to pinpoint the actual identity of the creature in my mind, and it seemed to just kind of leave my grasp whenever I tried to. It seemed like a lifetime ago, but I was sure that I heard it just a few moments ago before that weird silence descended. I gave out a relieved sigh. I was about to go back to scrolling through my feed when that same call came again. At this point, my nerves had fully relaxed and couldn't help but let out a chuckle. The chuckles didn't last long. Tsk, tsk, tsk. It was slow. It was deliberate. Now it sounded human. Too human for my comfort. I was pretty sure it wasn't made by any animal in the area, and I could feel the goosebumps coming and a shiver ran through my spine. I could feel something was staring at me, a sticky sort of stare that would make even the strongest of men shift around in discomfort. I ran a hand through the back of my neck, and I could feel the hairs on it standing. Fuck, I cursed inside my head. I could feel my heart racing. I could feel the veins in my head pulsing, and I was panicking. I was staring wide-eyed in the dark, and I didn't know what to do. I was outside, and I was vulnerable. I could easily be attacked. I could possibly die tonight, and nobody would ever know. My body was slowly decaying without anybody knowing until my family comes back from their trip, and that thought I paled. What the hell, man? All the things you can think of, you had to think of that. Cursed myself even more for scaring myself needlessly. And there's nothing I could do. I stood there like an idiot listening for the weird call while reciting some Bible verse I'd memorized by heart. It was Deuteronomy 6:4-5 and Matthew 4:10. However, at that point I was basically incoherent. Nothing I uttered made sense or was even in the right order, and then the call came again. And this time it was nearer, but I couldn't see anything. I could feel there was something inhuman near me. I nervously looked around, fumbled around to turn my phone's flashlight on. Nothing. Just pitch black darkness that seemed to stretch on forever. I tried to take a picture, but I couldn't see anything either. I could feel the hairs of my arms rising, and then a neighbor's call sounded dozens of meters away, which took my attention. I wasn't the one being called, but I was happy for the distraction it caused. Quickly collected myself, ran toward the house, and locked myself inside. Told myself that I wouldn't dare come out at night for a while. However, when I got inside, I remembered that I forgot to turn off the lights inside and to test the kitchen. Fuck it. Weird experiences on the Mogollon Rim in Payson, Arizona. Having grown up in Arizona and Phoenix, I've heard my fair share of scary stories, not only about the desert here, but about our neighbors up north. This past weekend, I went on a camping trip to celebrate my boyfriend's birthday. It was us two, my best friend F and his cousin M. We went up to Payson, specifically the dispersed camping north of the Forest Lakes. We had a beautiful day, despite it being very windy, but as soon as the sun set, things started to get weird. It was a strange feeling, almost like I was being watched. When it was time to go to bed, we all got in our shared tent. It was an L-shaped tent with one room in each end. We decided that I would sleep with my friend and my boyfriend would sleep with his cousin. My boyfriend and his cousin immediately fell asleep, but my friend and I remained wide awake, and it was extremely windy and freezing despite it being mid-May. And after being awake for about 2 hours listening to the wind and all the leaves and branches crackling, I assumed my friend had fallen asleep next to me. After the wind settled a bit, and it hadn't settled all night, I heard two male voices that seemed to be having a conversation about 20 feet behind my head. Couldn't make out the words that they were being said, but it was clearly two men. As soon as I heard the voices, I snapped up and my friend did the same time. We sat and listened quietly, heard another bit of mumbling. I felt better, and we realized the voices sounded exactly like my boyfriend and his cousin, and thought that maybe they went out to go to the bathroom. Got up, walked to the other side of the tent where the bed was. And there they were, covered up to their heads with blankets because of the cold. They were sound asleep. My friend and I froze, and my heart dropped. I immediately woke them up, and they got their guns and checked the perimeter of our campsite. They found nothing. Told us it was the wind blowing through the trees, and told us to go back to sleep. I didn't sleep a single second after that happened. We talked about it the next morning, and thought maybe it was some sort of mimic or skinwalker. Any thoughts on what it could be? Any similar experiences? I know what we heard was not wind in the trees. Could have been exactly what you heard. Also, possible encounter with a mimic. I remember laying in the spare bedroom. It was my room at the time. Absent-mindedly, I was scrolling through my phone and texted one of my friends who I was making plans to pick up, pending my mother's approval to borrow her car. My mom was gone out running some errands at the time, and she told me that she'd be back in an hour or so. I'm just laying around waiting for her to come home. And as I'm reading a text from my friend, I hear the front door open, which is a little weird because she usually pulls her car into the attached garage and usually uses the garage door to enter. The distinct sound of high-heel shoes against hard wood and my mother saying, "Hi, Jaxie," which is our dog Jackson's nickname. It's one that only her and I use, and I don't remember where my dog was specifically. He was likely in the bedroom with me, but I can't say for sure because he's a Chihuahua and always follows me around. Then her bedroom door opened and closed. So she went straight from the front door to her bedroom, which is a straight line, my bedroom being in the middle, said hi to her dog while walking. So I texted my friend that I shouldn't be much longer, as, my mom's home now. I leave my bedroom to go find my mom, and she's nowhere to be found. I checked her bedroom, not there. The garage, not there. Figure she must have just ducked inside to grab something and went back out. I just went to call her cell phone to ask where she went. She sounded confused and told me she's been in Sydney, about a half hour away from where I lived the whole time. Sorry if I over-explained. I'm just trying to paint a picture. I didn't think much of it at the time and wrote it off to me hearing things. But that memory is so clear even to this day, and it's been about 10 years. I'd also like to add that one time Mom and I were laying in her bed watching a movie or something. This would have been maybe 2020. We both started to drift off to sleep until the sound of glass shattering woke us both up. It sounded like the sound came from the same room we were in. Both looked at each other with a surprised and confused look, but ultimately decided that we're both too comfortable when we clean up the mess in the morning. Morning comes, I wake up first. I go to clean the quote-unquote broken glass, and it's nowhere to be found. Is my house haunted? My house is quite old. Apparently, it dates back to colonial times, and as cliche as this sounds, it's actually built near, but not quite on, burial grounds. When I first moved in there were weird black candles in odd spots, like on the rafters in the attic. I'm not convinced either of these things are being a factor. So basically, every night at around 7:30 p.m. Around 7:30 p.m. o'clock. In the evening, my roommate gets home, goes through the typical routine of saying hey and dropping his work equipment in the corner and phasing through the wall joining to the kitchen. It's usually around about the time I remember, at least. I don't even have a roommate. Kind of weird, but okay. One could say that's some sort of gas leak or something. At least that's what my family says. My uncle has tried bringing one of those gas-detecting devices around, but typically as soon as he walks in, it gets torn out of his hand and thrown outside. But we've nearly always found windows open afterwards, so it could just be the wind. The most damning evidence, in my opinion, is the fact that every time I get into bed, I feel a presence in the house. Next thing I know, a pale, fiendish-looking man thing floats up on through my floorboards, climbs into my bed with me, proceeds to diddle me thoroughly. Could just be sleep paralysis, though, or my uncle, so what are we thinking? Is there a rational answer to all of this, or do I have a mimic? Yikes. Have a vivid dream during my critical pregnancy. Could this have been a spiritual message or protection? Hey everybody, I'm a 32-year-old woman and a Buddhist. Wanted to share a dream I had about 2 years ago. It was during a very intense time in my life, and it stayed with me ever since. A vivid, emotional, and mysterious. I'd love to hear your thoughts or insights. At the time, I was living on the rooftop of my mother's house. And I just found out that I was pregnant, and I was around 29 or 30. And unfortunately, it was a critical pregnancy. I was bleeding during the first 3 months and constantly afraid. It was during this time that something very unusual started happening. A group of crows, about 10 to 15 of them, they started coming to the tree in front of the rooftop where I lived, and this had never happened before. They didn't stay all day, but they would appear once or several times a day unpredictably, often made loud chattering noises. They kept coming through the rest of my pregnancy, right up until I gave birth, and then stopped visiting like that. Around this time, I had a dream that felt incredibly real. In the dream, I saw a woman dressed in black. She had a crow-like presence, not in her face, which looked human and calm, but in the way she moved and the energy around her. She came flying from a mountain far in the distance, a mountain I can actually see from the rooftop in real life, and it was raining. She was holding an umbrella. She flew directly toward me. I felt fear at first, but when she reached me, I felt a sudden and deep sense of calm. She handed me a letter, said I needed to give it to my sister, and then the dream ended. And even now, I can remember it as clearly as if it happened yesterday. And I've always wondered, was this woman a spiritual protector or some kind of divine messenger? What do the crows mean? Were they guardians or connected to something ancestral? And what could the letter from my sister mean? Especially since I was the one going through the crisis. I've never had anything like this happen again. I'd love to hear your spiritual, symbolic, or Buddhist perspectives on what this might have meant. Am I just losing my mind, or is this actually happening? When I was about 6 or 7, a friend invited me to his house. We were playing hide and seek, and when it was my turn to hide, I went up to the attic. I hid behind a pillar inside of a tent, and when he started looking for me, the light suddenly went out. As a child who was afraid of the dark, I naturally tried to run out of the attic. But as I was leaving, I saw something that looked like a large owl. When I came downstairs crying, my friend, let's call him Peter, he asked me why I was crying. I told him I'd seen a huge owl. We went up to the attic together. There was nothing there. And in the spot where the figure had been, there were no traces or furniture. We ignored it and continued playing. A few weeks later, I started seeing shadows running past my door at home. My parents told me that it was my imagination playing tricks on me, so I listened to them. I didn't worry about it. About a year ago, I saw similar figures again, and last night when I was going to sleep, I noticed a similar figure in the kitchen. My door was open so I could see most of the apartment. And in the morning, I called Peter. I told him about the whole situation. He said that the house he lived in as a child had been renovated from a place where satanic rituals used to be performed. And after the renovation, crosses and other religious items were hung up in the house. And now I'm wondering, whatever this thing is, could it have attached itself to me and refused to leave? Or am I just losing my mind? Was I really sick, or did this actually happen? About 2 weeks ago, I decided to stay up late and binge watch my favorite show. Pretty sure it was around 1 in the morning. Anyways, I was lying in bed snacking on my chips when all of a sudden I got a sharp cramp in my stomach. I ignored it the first time, but it came back again, so I thought, well, maybe I have to take a shit, since I did kind of overeat earlier that day. I hopped from my bed to head to the restroom, and after 10 minutes of sitting on the toilet, I realized my stomach was aching because I had to throw up. Now, call me a wimp, but that's something I absolutely hate doing. So not only was I having the worst stomach pain imaginable, I had to throw up as well. 1 to 2 hours pass, and I start getting super sleepy. I still haven't thrown up, and my stomach still hurts like a bitch. So I call it quits. I go to bed. Back in my room, I turn around to close the door, and just at my door frame, I kid you not, I hear a little girl whispering and giggling. I don't know what she said, but I heard something along the lines of Jesus Christ. Told my mom, and she thought it was something good, but if you watch paranormal movies, you know nothing good comes from hearing a little girl whisper and giggle in the middle of the night. When I first heard it, I thought, could it be coming from my grandpa's TV? But what old person watches TV at 2 in the damn morning? So then I thought, well, is it coming from my tablet? But the tablet was on 1% and I had no music or YouTube tabs opened. And besides, it's like the voices were standing in front of me because I heard it directly in my ear. Obviously, I'm too sick to really give a shit at the time, but I closed that door so fast it would have made your head spin. Now, I don't know if I was really just sick or going out of my head, but this never happened before. And I wasn't paranoid because I wasn't even scared in the first place. Just exhausted. And of course, I still have my doubts about this night because who knows where that noise could have come from. Alone in my room until I heard a voice whisper my name. Today was my last final exam. I got home from school and I thought I deserved a little bit of a reward, so I ordered some fast food along with my favorite drink. The food arrived around 2 p.m. I had my lunch while watching a show, and I felt drowsy and I decided to take a nap around 3:30. The weather was hot, so it took a while to actually fall asleep, but eventually I did, and I woke up to the sound of my dad coming home from work at around 6:10 p.m. Checked my phone to see if anybody had messaged me. One of my friends had texted asking if I wanted to hang out that evening. I replied while still lying in bed. The only light in the room was the glow from my phone screen. Everything else was pitch black. After replying, I put my phone aside, and at that point, I'm still feeling lazy and my stomach was hurting a bit, so I stayed in bed. Then suddenly something weird happened. There was no one else in the room, and I lived with my younger brother. But he wasn't there at the time, yet I heard what sounded exactly like a child's voice, like my little brother saying something unclear. I was shocked and instinctively looked over to his bed, thinking maybe he had come in while I was asleep. But the bed was empty. Brushed it off at first until it happened again. And I swear, this time I felt chills all over my body. I turned on my phone's flashlight and looked around the room, and nothing, completely empty. But the second voice was different. It was distorted, but clearer in a way, almost like a whisper. And I could swear I heard it say my name, so faintly I almost didn't catch it. I honestly have no logical explanation for what happened today. Has anybody else experienced something similar? Or had something, or someone had something weird happen to them out of nowhere? Paranormal M takes you beyond the veil, where whispers become warnings. Every story uncovers something that we were never meant to know. Subscribe and hit the bell before the next tale finds you in silence. Recent experiences I've been having at night. Let me start this off by saying me and a part of my family have always had a history with the paranormal. Since I was a kid, I always had some strange experiences, whether they're just hallucinations or actual unexplainable phenomena. My dad's side also used to have a ghost or spirit that frequently interacted with them. They managed to get an audio recording of her. Anyway, my point is, I'm not exactly new to paranormal experiences, but it's been a while since anything has happened to me. Last time I remember something strange happening to me was back in 2019 at an older house. I was home alone and upstairs when I heard what sounded like somebody moving dishes or pots around in the downstairs kitchen. I think I took a video of it, but I'd have to watch to find it again. Currently, I'm in a new house, and I've been living here for almost 2 years now, which makes it all the more strange to me that I'm only now experiencing things. Now, none of these experiences are anything super crazy, and instead pretty tame. The first one was a few months ago. I was laying belly flat on my bed. I'd woken up in the middle of the night, and it's hard to explain, but I felt this static in my head, like my head was full of nonsensical noise, but I couldn't actually hear it. My ears were also ringing, and I felt this presence looking over me, and I was freaking out, but I couldn't move a muscle. This only lasted a few seconds, though, and I could finally move. I've heard of sleep paralysis before, so I chalked it up to just being that. And maybe it still is, but after the next 2 experiences, I'm not so sure. The second one was also a few months ago. Actually, not too long after the first. It was a very similar experience. I was laying belly flat and woke up in the middle of the night to somebody watching me sleep. But this time, I could move. Not only that, but I felt my cushion sink like somebody sitting down in my bed, and as soon as this happened, I shot up to see what it was, but of course there was nothing. My last experience happened last night. That's why I'm making this post, and this one is slightly different. It is around 2:50 a.m., and I'm laying on my side with my headphones in. I'm half asleep. My back was facing the side of the bed where I felt the presence the last 2 times. And this time, I felt somebody tap my upper back 3 times really fast. It freaked me the fuck out, and I spun around, but again, no one was there. Now, these taps were very forceful, not like small taps on the shoulder, and I could make out the shape of a finger. And because of this, I made the decision to start recording myself sleeping. Please help me identify what has just happened to me. I'm in my grandmother's basement with my girlfriend, and we have the lights turned off to go to bed. She falls asleep for about an hour or so. I decide to turn my phone off and hang it up for the night. I feel a feeling of extreme comfort wave over me. I hear a repetitive, low-frequency humming ringing in my left ear, and the same ringing but slower in my left ear. The faster my left ear picks up with this ringing, the more relaxed I feel, not having yet closed my eyes yet. While both of my eyes are completely open in the dark, other rooms in the house begin to manifest into my vision with a pale, faint, fuzzy silhouette in the center of each view. And I get each of these rooms like flashing in front of me. And at this point, my thoughts make a violent left turn from euphoria to a sharp, painful feeling of terror and anxiety, with the feeling of having my brain being squished from inside my skull, as a paralysis completely sets over me. The feeling lingers as the hallucinations go away, and I'm left in a body I can't move while trying to work myself free. When I break free, my entire body is shaking to the core, and I wake up my poor girlfriend, and she kept asking questions. I didn't want to wage the time explaining, or waste, I'm assuming, when we could be using that time getting the fuck out of that basement. I've just caught my breath, and this incident happened maybe 10 minutes or so ago now. I haven't taken any hallucinogens. I'm not diagnosed as a schizophrenic, not share any schizoaffective symptoms either. I've never suffered from a seizure, nor are prone to them, and I am an atheist and never believed in anything paranormal. I will say I am prone to sleep paralysis, but sleep paralysis is a very familiar feeling to me. Didn't imagine this situation in any way, shape, or fashion. I'm still terribly shaken up by this experience, and I feel the persistent feeling of my brain being squished in conjunction with my whole body trembling. If anybody has any idea of what this is, don't hesitate to share or suggest what I need to do to prevent this from ever happening again. Something unexplainable happened at Gravity Hill, New Jersey. Shadow figure encounter. This happened sometime around 2002, 2003. It was when I was younger. A group of us, 2 cars, guys and 1 girl in the other, decided to visit a place known as Gravity Hill. It's located in New Jersey, just across the Delaware River from New Hope, Pennsylvania, not far away from Washington's Crossing Park. If you're not familiar with it, the legend goes that if you stop your car at the bottom of the hill, put it in neutral, ghostly forces will push it up the hill. Supposedly, a tragic accident occurred there involving a car and a train, and now the spirits try to push vehicles out of harm's way. I'd been there a few times before, and I thought it'd be fun to show the girls. We did the usual ghost pushes the car uphill thing, which, by the way, really does seem like the car is going uphill, and everybody was having a good time. But that's not the part that's haunted me all these years. As we were leaving, we took a back road that intersects the main one near the hill. I was driving behind the other car when suddenly, my radar detector started going off. Odd, considering we were out in the middle of nowhere. And at the same time, I heard screaming from the car ahead of us. Then as we passed the farmhouse, I saw something I still can't explain, but I thought was a scarecrow standing in a field next to the road. Suddenly began hovering. Yeah, hovering alongside my car. It was a shadowy humanoid figure. It didn't move like a person or an animal, and it just floated, gliding next to us. Then its arms stretched out toward the back seat where my friend Dante was sitting. My brother and the other 2 people in the back were shouting at me to roll up the windows, and they were panicking. My radar detector went off again. I floored it, hard pounding, and we sped out of there until we reached a parking lot near a bridge a few miles away. Everybody in both cars was shaken up, and we all saw the same thing. I still don't know what to make of it. A shared hallucination, or some local folklore manifesting in our minds, or something else. Weird thing happened to me on a construction site. So this happened a long time ago, about a year, maybe a bit more. I've just decided to share this because I have at least some chance that at least somebody will either believe me or debunk this with a rational explanation. It's been in my mind for, the whole time since it happened. It happened to me and one of my friends. And since then, we told anyone. I thought we were just making things up. So I live in Central Europe. I live in a town close to our capital city. And this happened 1 town over. So, close to my hometown. It was with a friend from school because he's a good helper. The house that happened to belong to my mom, and she has a sort of startup construction company. And it's 2 mirrored houses right next to each other. I install security systems and CCTVs and intercoms for a living. I was installing all of these on the 2 houses, and the construction was in a stage where it was just exposed brick. I was making pathways for wires for the security system. And this happened on the upper part of one of the houses. It was right after sunset. Jay was standing on a small ladder, just enough to reach the ceiling. My friend was standing on the right-hand floor. I helped my JBL flip speaker connected to my laptop. The speaker was on the floor, a few feet away from me. My laptop was next to that. I had both my hand on a drill drilling into a brick wall, and my friend was holding my ladder. I'm pretty sure that I should stay, or if I should go. I was playing, and at first it started with the volume. Oh, should I stay or should I go? It's a song to me. And the volume was going up and down, and it was on its own. Neither of us had any way to reach the laptop or the speaker to play with the volume, but we were like, well, that's weird. But it wasn't unbearable, just a bit weird. And after a while, some random song, I think it was some rock song, started playing, but it was playing from Apple Music, and it was playing like the recommended songs for me. So it was kind of weird, but still nothing too concerning. Except that the previous song was pretty much cut to play this song. But for a bit, it was just fine and nothing happened. After a while, the speaker started playing a song called Memoir Number 2. Pretty sure it was on full volume, and it's like kind of funeral music or just a really sad one. Damn, I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about the music. I was really, really weirded out, but I kept calm. My friend, on the other hand, he was almost freaking out. So I climbed down the ladder and played my playlist. It started out normal for a few songs, so I got back to work. But then the same thing happened. The memoir music started playing, and it gave me this weird, uncanny feeling as a funeral song would give you. So I climbed down, shut my laptop off, and told my friend that I just gotta finish this thing and that it wouldn't take more than 10 minutes. I might have said 15. I'm not sure. And after about 5, the music started playing again from the speaker. I was freaking out now too. The laptop turned off and I pulled out my phone and it was playing from my phone. I paused it, turned off the speaker, and locked my equipment in the garage. About $5,000 in equipment was stolen from the same house for a few days prior. My friend had 1% on his phone, and he probably checked it somewhere in the meanwhile. I'm not sure, but I know that his phone turned off due to low battery before we left. We got on the bus and didn't have a driver's license yet, but the bus was heading toward the capital and was going through my hometown. My friend lives in the capital, but we took the same bus. And in the bus, his phone turned on and I had like 30% battery. Got off on the first stop to get home and my friend stayed in the bus. Since then, my friend is refusing to stay there with me after sunset. I'm still working there. There had been a lot of issues with the construction. Nothing weird or bad or anything happened since then. I don't have any concrete proof except for our word. I can provide pictures of everything and then, well, at least the now almost completed house where this took place. I tried to check the logs on my laptop to find some explanation and to figure out what had happened, but found nothing. Probably because the Apple Music player was running in Firefox. I'd be so happy if anybody here would at least consider that this actually took place and tried offering some explanation. I generally don't believe in the paranormal, but this was something that I'm not able to explain. One of my many experiences. Okay, so I'm a person who finds it insane when I meet somebody who says that they've never had a paranormal experience before. I've had many in my life, but this one was my first and most creepy one. So I was about 9 years old. My 2 brothers were about 5 and 4 years old, and it was nighttime. We were home with my then stepdad while our mom was working 3rd shift. Our house was very old and already creepy. The steps creaked and you could easily tell who was coming up the steps since you could hear every little sound. It was a clear night, no storms, no excessive wind, and our great-grandmother had just died that day. My brothers, my stepdad, cat, and dog were all upstairs in the living room together and he was trying to get us to go to bed, which was downstairs in the finished basement. Not 100% sure why, but we were giving him a hard time, not wanting to go to bed, just being kids, I guess. Then the creaking starts. I knew what I had heard, and when I looked at my stepdad, I knew he did too. He honestly didn't even try to play it off. He was scared. Cat hid, dog started barking down at the steps. They ended right where the living room sat. We all sat huddled in a ball, crying as we were having a vivid sound, or rather hearing a vivid sound of an elderly person coming up the steps. You could hear every slow creak of the step, followed by the creak of putting weight on and pulling off the old wooden railing, which is how an elderly person would go up those stairs. It was slow, just how an elderly person would take their time. You could hear every step getting closer to the top of the steps. And once it hit halfway, the screen door, being all 3 of them, started to open and slam. And as I mentioned earlier, there was no bad weather or even, during rough storms, the screen doors had never slammed or opened on their own. I remember my brothers and I on the couch staring at the top of the staircase, screaming and crying just out of fear. My stepdad's reactions weren't helping us at all as he started calling my mom because he just didn't know how to calm us down or what to do. Once the sounds reached the top of the stairs, everything stopped. Despite my age at the time, I remember how quick it went from so many sounds to nothing. My stepdad kept all of us in the living room, let us stay up until our mom got back around 4 a.m. And as I mentioned, my brothers were 4 and 5. They were so young, but they'll still bring it up every once in a while. Still have the same memory I do, and so does their dad and my stepdad. That's what makes it the scariest. 3 other witnesses and 2 scared animals. I've been a believer since that day. We all believe it was our great-grandmother. It sounded like her struggling to walk up the steps, and she was elderly and had an oxygen tank. And her coming back to freak us out would be let's just say would be pretty on brand for her. She wasn't known as being the nicest woman. My grandfather, who didn't believe in the paranormal at all, admitted to seeing her apparition in the corner of his room in that house shortly after that. Then later, my mom said she was woken up by her wrist being smacked while it was hanging off the side of the bed, which she claims my great-grandmother used to do to her just to mess with her. All around weird and freaky experience. No one driving car, but strange woman in the back seat. I was in school around 2002. I was riding home in the bus. I was on a low dose of Ritalin, as every kid was back then. But it would always start to wear off around the time I was going home or got home. So, not sure if this explains it, but it was very, much me being aware of my surroundings. Anyways, I would sit and lean my head on the window, looking out as the cars passed. We went down a busy boulevard before we got to my suburban neighborhood. Then something wild happens that I still remember vividly 23 years later. I was seeing all these cars pass on the opposite side with people just focusing on the road or an occasional person on their huge cell phone while driving. Then this mini SUV like CRV or RAV4 passes, but nobody's in the front seat driving. Then in the back seat is this lady completely facing me against the window, like her whole torso and head, which I don't know how it's possible in those tight back seats, but her face was a blur. I was so shocked and tried to say that it was the meds, but I wasn't tired or out of it. Then I thought maybe the driver was grabbing something from the ground, but there wasn't a hand on the wheel, and we were higher up, so I would have saw the body bending over. Either way, it doesn't explain the eerie lady in the back seat. I remember she was very skinny and had messy long black hair, as cliche as that sounds. Never had any weird moments in my life since then, but I thought I would share. Dad's apartment haunted. The first time I noticed, I was laying in my bedroom alone in the middle of the night. I was watching Netflix. The hallway leading to my bedroom has doors on both ends. I heard the far one, the one leading to the living room. I heard it creak open. And our doors don't creak like that. In fact, I have a hard time getting that particular door to even open. I called out, thinking it was one of my parents. There was nothing. Got up to check and found the door nearly wide open. Thought it was the cat, but I found him asleep on the couch. I shut the door and I returned to bed. Then it happened again. This time I made sure to shut the door and verified that it was closed. Then I heard a clack from my room and I found a full bottle of nail polish knocked over. And my ladies know how heavy those are. I immediately went to sleep. My stepmother described a moment that when she was home alone watching Netflix in the living room, she heard a noise in the kitchen, turned to check before seeing a shadowy figure pull away around a corner. She instantly pretended not to notice and continued watching. In the middle of the night, a loud clatter came from the kitchen. We found a bucket, untouched since we got there, It was turned on its side on a shelf behind a closed door. Finally, I was doing my makeup in the bathroom while home alone, connected to the hallway. I heard my name, figured my dad was home, and called back only to find no one. My whole life has been leading up to this. One. I come from a big family of 9 people. When I was a small child, I remember my parents called me and my siblings to my sister's room. That's because they had found something nasty on the doorframe. There was blood smeared all over the top of the frame. A lot of blood. And not just a few drops here and there, but massive smears. You could tell it had been wiped on with somebody's hand, and I don't have any evidence that it was literally blood except the fact that it had distinct copper smell and it dried the same way. Either way, my parents were freaked out. My dad asked us which one had done it. Nobody came forward. Keep in mind, this door frame was very tall. Even my parents had a hard time reaching the top of it, let alone us children. My dad grabbed our tallest stool and chair, put each of us on it, and asked us to reach for the door frame. Each with that boost in height, we were unable to reach it. We checked each other's hands and faces and bedsheets to see if maybe somebody got a bloody nose during the night. Nothing was there. It still kind of freaks me out, and we never came up with a good explanation of how it even got there. 2. I have a new family at this point. I got adopted. I was living in a ramshackle building at one point in my life. It gave me bad vibes, so I was afraid of staying in there. I had a severe mental breakdown in there where I had made an attempt on my life a few months earlier. That's why I didn't want to stay. It reminded me of those bad times, and me, or rather my quote-unquote new dad, wanted to give me comfort. So he offered to pray with me with a witch candle. Not sure exactly what that is, but that is what he called it. He said he got it from his Wiccan friend, but either way, he put it into a glass candle holder and we set it down and held hands. He started praying. During this time, the flame of the candle suddenly grew to about 3 times the height that it had been previously. Didn't really think anything of it, because that's easy for me to dismiss. After the prayer, I was still scared, so we offered to stay the night. During the night, we were both awoken by a loud explosion. When we got up, we see that the candle holder had shattered and the pieces had flown across the room. Luckily, none of them hit us. And to be honest, I think this story may be easy to explain, but I guess I'm not sure. Perhaps the candle was specially made, which is why the flame got taller. As for the explosion, I believe that heat is what made it shatter. I had a small stove in the room for warmth, and the candle was pretty close. It seems that heat probably broke it. 3. Me and my dad were on a trip together with his band. We were staying the night in an Airbnb. There were around 3 other people with us, and during the day, my dad and I went to an old mansion to explore. It was around 150 years old, and people still roam it. It's a little-known tourist spot in the town, and it's not advertised as being haunted, but some of the workers there believe that it is. At this time in my life, I didn't believe in anything paranormal. So when I went to the mansion, I made it a point to find every mirror in the building and stare into it. I did this almost in a taunting way, as if to dare something to happen. I had heard that people believe mirrors can harbor bad spirits, and other such things, which is why I did this. I was just being a little shithole, to be honest. But nothing happened, and we went our own way. However, during the night, something truly strange happened. Me and my dad were sharing a bed and sleeping on far opposite sides. I was facing the door, and he was facing the window on the opposite wall. The room was very small, with only about a foot of walking space on each side. Our door was closed, and the rest of the band had already gone to sleep in their own rooms a few hours earlier. The house was dark, and as far as I know, nobody else was up. Well, as I was sort of on the brink of sleep, suddenly I hear a very loud, very audible whisper of my name in the corner of the room. My eyes shot open and I stared into the darkness. And after a few seconds, I decided it was nothing, probably just in my head, and I closed my eyes again. That is until my dad rolls over and whispers, "Did you hear that too?" I got freaked out. I was very used to hearing strange pops and bangs before sleep, but that's a real condition known as exploding head syndrome. Never heard a whisper of my own name before, yet I was willing to ignore it, till my dad asked me if I had heard it as well. Keep in mind, our door was closed and the sound came directly from inside the room. We turned the lights on, looked around, but nothing was there. We even checked on the other rooms, but everybody was still asleep. I don't have a good explanation for this one other than perhaps I angered something in the mansion earlier in the day, and I'm also confused on how my dad heard the exact same thing. 4. I've had nightmares my entire life. Sometimes so bad that I refused to sleep for days on end because it felt like the same shadow was in every one of my dreams. Even if it wasn't easily seen, I could tell it was there. Well, this one month, when I was 19, it was much worse for some reason. Every night was terror-inducing, and my nightmares were blood-curdling. I was older now, so I had an easier time ignoring the fear and falling asleep. Anyways, it's still uncomfortable. I was still sharing a room with my dad as we were staying with his mom at the time to help out around the house. We were sharing a bunk bed, and he slept on the top bunk, I slept on the bottom. We had decorated the room as well. We put bistro lights above the bed and hung Polaroids on the lighting wire. Well, same as usual, when I went to bed I had a nightmare. This particular dream, however, was much different. Where usually I was getting stalked by a shadowy figure in my sleep, this time I saw a massive building falling toward me, and I felt suffocated. I remember my dream reaching both of my hands into the air to stop the building from crashing into me and crushing me. And a mere second later, I was rudely awoken just in time to see the mattress above me fall toward my face. It landed on top of me. I started screaming, and I thought somebody was trying to murder me and suffocate me. I managed to push the mattress off of me, and I covered into the corner of the bed frame, and my dad rushed over to the light and flicked it on so he could see what was wrong. And at this exact moment, suddenly a few of the bistro lights exploded. Nobody had touched them. I was on the floor in my bed frame. My dad was near my lamp, a few feet away from the lights on the ceiling. He rushed over to comfort me. He both dazed and confused because it was around 3 in the morning. I asked him what had happened. He told me that he had had a dream that he should get out of bed and turn on the light. And by the way, he didn't have a nightmare, keep in mind, just a dream with instructions. He told me that a few seconds after he had jumped off of the bed, the mattress came crashing down, which is when I woke up. Another thing that should be noted is that this bed is pretty old and sturdy. It doesn't have crossboards on it to keep the mattress up, so we put a baseboard in the frame to serve the same purpose. The baseboard is the same size as the mattress, incredibly heavy and very securely put into place. The mattress, too, was very heavy and large enough that it wouldn't technically need a baseboard to keep it in the frame. These, combined with the weight of my dad, could have easily killed me with their hefty, but because of the father being absent, I was just barely able to push it off of me. Also, keep in mind, I wasn't awoken after it fell. I woke up for a second beforehand with my arms already in the air just as they were in my dream, almost as a premonition. After my dad shared his dream, I told him about mine as well. We cleaned up the glass and said a small prayer. We set the bed back up and he offered to switch me places, and before we did that, we tested out how this could have happened. Thought perhaps I'd pushed it up during my sleep, causing it to fall. But when I replicated my position on the bed, my arms were too short to reach the baseboard. Then we thought that perhaps when my dad jumped off of the bed, he shoved it, causing it to fall. Again, we couldn't replicate it. We even resorted to violently shaking the entire bed frame, seeing if we could shake it loose, but nothing happened. It was very secure. The only physical way the mattress could have fallen is if we lifted it up from the bottom, turned it to a 40-degree-ish angle, and let it kind of fall diagonally through the frame. There's no possible way it could have fallen flat down as it did, because there were 2 pieces of wood on each side of the frame holding the baseboard up. Each piece being about an inch wide, and the bed is no give, meaning we couldn't shake it hard enough to cause the mattress to fall. The bistro lights as well were confusing to us. I thought perhaps my screams were so loud that it shattered them, and that had been proven by silence as incredibly difficult to do, or science rather, even with thin glass and a professional singer with a very powerful voice. 5. I have so many more stories, but as they can't be corroborated by other people, I've chosen not to include them here. These range from sinks turning on by themselves, objects moving, premonitions of the future, such as car wrecks and conversations I haven't had yet, and seeing full-body apparitions and hearing things. My mother and one of my sisters have similar creepy stories, even some we share. But as far as I know, my original father and other siblings have not had any experiences like this. As I mentioned briefly here, I felt an entity or shadow of sorts following me around for my entire life. I can differentiate the feeling that it gives me versus other things, like how you recognize an old friend, even if they look different, although this shadow is not particularly friendly. It often disguises itself as a child and infiltrates my dreams. And do I actually believe in this shadow? I choose not to. Bad things seem to happen when I do acknowledge it. Perhaps that's only a placebo effect, but I was wary even to share this to Reddit, as I don't want to invite it back into my life. I had a dream before writing this where I felt an unwanted, familiar feeling, which is what prompted me to finally jot this down. I'm tired of carrying these stories by myself. I'm more spiritual now than I have been during the events of these spiritual stories, considerably less afraid as well. I've chosen to ignore these strange happenings for the most part, and just live my life. However, if any of you have similar stories, advice, or explanations, I'd love to hear them, particularly about the glass breaking, because this happens to me often. Please don't use my schizoaffective disorder as an explanation, as I'm often able to tell when things are an effect of the disorder versus things in real life. Medication also makes the voices go away, so I don't believe anything I hear off of my meds. Somebody grabbed my foot while sleeping. I'd gone to bed around 6 a.m. I slept on the quote-unquote inside. I was closest to the wall, and my fiancé was on the outside, close to the edge of the bed and closest to the door. This morning, around 8 or 9 a.m., I heard my mother-in-law talking to my father-in-law about going out and having their usual normal conversations. Then I clearly heard somebody come into mine and my fiancé's room. As much as I tried to wake up to see who it is, my eyes would open and close. I was simply too tired. When I would open my eyes here and there, I could see a foggy figure of a woman, who I presumed to be my mother-in-law, trying to wake me up by lightly shaking me about 2 times. She didn't say anything, but then she, gently and in a caring way, grabbed my foot, almost massaging it. I slightly chuckled and could hear my own breathing starting to increase, like when I get scared. But yet I didn't feel scared, or mad, or anything, as I presumed it to be my mother-in-law. I twitched my foot out of the way, just kind of on an instinct, and all I remembered thinking was, why would she touch my foot? And that's definitely out of character for her. I woke up immediately, and there was no one in the room, and my fiancé was dead asleep next to me. He woke up when he felt me waking up, and I asked him if his mom had come into the room, and he's usually a very light sleeper. He said no, and that no one's been in the room, and to his knowledge at least. So I went into the living room, and both of my in-laws were gone. Later on, when they came back, I jokingly asked her if she had grabbed my foot to get me to wake up. She looked at me kind of spooked and said, "No, I didn't. I did open the door after knocking and turn the TV off for you guys in the doorway, it's because I heard voices in the room and I realized you guys left the TV on. Then I closed the door and left. I was very spooked, and she was equally kind of spooked, as she had told me before that she's heard her name being called by her son or husband when neither of them are calling her name or simply not even home. I immediately called both of my grandparents on both sides of the family. None of them had passed away, thank God. I don't know what to really make of this, and I don't know who this person was or why they were trying to wake me up. We've left the TV on multiple times, and my mother-in-law's always shut it off and left, and nothing like this has happened before. I didn't feel scared, mainly comforted, and I know it wasn't sleep paralysis, as I wouldn't have been able to wake up and my body wouldn't have been able to move. I had a weird experience that I'm still trying to explain. I was asleep in my bedroom with my wife. Earlier in the night, my 4-year-old comes to sleep in our bed because he's scared. He falls asleep between us. He doesn't usually do that, but we had just swapped houses, so I thought nothing of it. I'm sleeping closer to a corner wall, and her side is closer to the door. I randomly woke up in the middle of the night. It's because my son was wheeling on me. I was laying facing the corner of the room and opened my eyes. I didn't move at all, just opened my eyes. The room was dark, but the bedroom door was open. And there was a nightlight on outside of the room, and my eyes were pretty adjusted. And in the corner, 4 foot away, I saw an extra dark shadow. At first, I didn't think much of it, but as I focused on it, I felt like it moved. So I stared at it harder and realized I was about to have a fight with a 5 foot or 6 foot person in my bedroom. I'm under the covers on my stomach. I used the covers to move my hands slowly under my body without it noticing me moving. My plan is to spring up, grab the bat right next to the bed, and start yelling to wake up my wife and see where the hell this thing's about to go. And as I spring up and swing out of bed, this thing changes shape completely and immediately. What was just a tall, slim person has now melted or morphed into a ball about the size of a basketball, moves down the length of the bed and turns and shoots out the door of the bedroom. And this happened in the amount of time it would take you to snap your fingers. I sit back down on the edge of the bed and my adrenaline's gone. I'm so shocked and confused it made zero sound during any of this exchange, and neither my wife nor child have moved an inch. It looked like it absorbed the light as it ran away. Not like a shadow, but like the absence of light. It floated just above the height of the bed as I watched it exit. I didn't even chase it. I sat there, moved my arms and body around, and tried to cast a shadow in the corner. I thought I could recreate the shadow and explain it away. I don't know why I didn't wake my wife. I kept thinking I must have been dreaming, but nothing about that made sense. Kind of setting up doing stuff. I pick up my phone to check the time. 2:55. Screenshot the background of my phone with the time to prove to myself that I was awake later. I checked my wife and kid closer, and they both seem fine. I checked my security cameras to make sure nobody came or left since we went to bed. And I have cameras that would make it very hard to enter or leave my house without being seen. I then also grabbed my pistol, just in case there was a person. I go room to room, turning on lights and clearing my house. And at this point, I still didn't wake anybody because I thought I was crazy. The house is mostly empty. It's because we're still moving stuff over and it's quick to clear it. Went back to bed, lay there for a while before falling back asleep. And if it matters, this happened in July last year. We have gas heat, but we weren't using it at the time, and I have CO detectors in every room. The following day, I tell my wife that I had a neurological problem or saw the craziest thing ever and explain the story. She wasn't fazed at all. She asked if I ate spicy food before bed and said maybe it was a dream or sleep paralysis. And in her defense, she had more important stuff to worry about. Her father was having a semi-major cancer surgery the next day. She did later admit to briefly waking while I was moving my arms around at the side of the bed trying to recreate the shadow, but she thought I was just stretching before getting up and fell immediately back to sleep. She also said she had woken up at 1 a.m. to go to the bathroom, and when passing our bedroom door, she saw a person in the office pass the living room. When she looked harder, there was nothing there. She dismissed it as her eyes playing tricks on her in the dim light. I had put night lights in every room to help my kid get used to the place. I told her and her babysitter the story and asked them to keep an eye on me, make sure I wasn't losing it. Nothing else. I had a few bizarre experiences once, still can't explain to this day, and these two stand out. When I was around 19, I was home alone. I wasn't feeling so great, so I went to bed early. At some point during the night, I woke up groggy because I heard a car outside with its engine running. I remember thinking, that's weird. I was too tired to care. I also vaguely recall hearing a knock on my bedroom door, but I assumed it was just the house settling, as old houses do sometimes. Fast forward to the next day. My parents came home and casually asked, "Did anything happen last night?" I was confused, like, wait, no, why? Then they told me that the entire street heard shouting and things being thrown inside her house, like there was some huge fight going down. Apparently, a car pulled up and two guys even got out to check if everyone was okay. 4 different neighbors confirmed hearing the same thing. I explained to them I did hear the car, but no fighting. Still have no idea what happened. The thought of it honestly kind of freaks me out. Another happened when I was about 21. It was late at night. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to make myself a sandwich. As I walk downstairs, I get this weird, uneasy feeling like something was off. Hard to describe, but I suddenly felt anxious for no reason. I shook it off, made my sandwich, grabbed my plate. But as I was heading toward the door to go back upstairs, I got hit with this overwhelming wave of fear. Just spontaneous. A kind of fear I've never had before then. Something in me just went, get out of here as soon as possible. I stepped into the hallway, quickly shut the kitchen door behind me, and then I heard this scream straight from the living room. It was so loud, it was a woman's scream, almost like a wail, clear as day. She was right there in the room. I bolted up the stairs, completely terrified. The weirdest part was nobody else was in the house, or at least nobody else heard it in the house. It was just me. To this day, I have no explanation for what happened. Some more of my paranormal experiences. I'm 28 now, but back when I was 15 or 16, we lived in a small apartment. One day after school, I walked up the stairs like usual, went inside, greeted my mom, and suddenly, the side of my stomach started burning. I said, ouch, out loud, super confused. When I lifted my shirt, there were 3 scratches. I always wore pretty tight clothes, and since it was winter, I had a thick jacket and a sweater and a shirt underneath that. I had no idea what could have caused it. My mom was just as baffled. Later, I went to my room. I placed some change on my bed, just a couple of euros my mom had given me for vending machines at school. Stepped into the living room for a moment, and I can't even remember why. Then I turned around, and suddenly, one of the coins was thrown at me. I didn't see it levitate or anything, but somehow it flew out of my room down the hallway and straight at me. And no one else was home beside me and my mom. We had cats, but they definitely weren't out here throwing coins at body height. Another experience. Still haunts me. It was 2009. My siblings were already in bed, and since I've always been a night owl, I was awake. Heard my parents go upstairs to their room, and soon the whole house was quiet. Back then, I didn't have a phone, so I just lay in bed bored and unable to sleep. Then from downstairs, I heard the sound of a chair screeching against the floor. I tried to ignore it, but moments later I heard something even worse. The noise is hard to describe, but writing it down still gives me the chills. Sounded like somebody was inside the walls, tearing them apart, wood splintering, foundations cracking, and flooring being ripped up. It lasted several minutes, and when it finally stopped, I hid underneath my covers, completely terrified. Above my room was an attic space, and there was no ladder, just a hatch that was kept shut. And that night I heard footsteps up there, clear as day. Don't think I slept at all. Another story. This one was from when I was a baby. My parents lived in a house where they kept hearing music and violin and piano. Though we didn't own either instrument, they shrugged it off, but my dad believed in ghosts because of something that happened to him as a child. I might post about that sometime. I have to ask him for the details again, since the last time he told me was in 2017. My mom had her own experiences too. The medium once told her she had a dark entity attached to her, but that's a story for another time. But back to this one. One night, my parents were in bed when they heard the music again. Then they saw this mass, darker than the shadows of the room, moving across the wall. It drifted toward the window and disappeared. The next day, weird things kept happening. My siblings and I were at school, and my dad had gone out to the butcher's down the street. My mom was home alone when out of nowhere, she screamed. My dad heard it, and that's how loud it was. He immediately rushed back, and when he stepped inside, he saw why Mom screamed. All our toys in the playroom were arranged in a perfect circle. The night I heard a woman scream. The house we lived in back then had its fair share of odd occurrences. But honestly, weird things have happened in every house we've ever lived in. And to give some backstory, my parents have had paranormal experiences for many years, even before my siblings and I were born. At one point, this deserves its own post because so much happened, my mom went through something terrifying. I was around 14 at the time, and she used to wake up with scratches and bruises and bite marks and objects being thrown at her. It got so bad that the police once came because they thought my dad had hurt her. He never would, ever. She was really sick and bedridden, constantly seeking doctors who couldn't find anything wrong. She has diabetes and epilepsy, but neither explained why she kept getting bruises or struggled to walk. Eventually, my parents invited a medium to the house. I remember that moment so clearly. He walked in, looked around, sat down, talked to my mom, then closed his eyes. As soon as he did, every light in the house flickered for a while. He told me that a dark entity had attached itself to her. He described it exactly as she'd always seen it. A tall black figure, a man with a veil covering his face. Then in 2012, my sister passed away. After that, the attacks mostly stopped. Strange things still happen now and then, but nothing as violent as before. My mom's health also took a better turn for the most part. She strongly believes my sister's protecting her now. But anyway, that's the quick backstory. Now on to one particular experience that stuck with me. I've had quite a few unsettling encounters myself, and I might share more later, but this one haunts me the most. When I was around 21, and I'm 28 now, everyone in my house was asleep. I've always been a night owl. I enjoy how peaceful the world feels at night, as if time is paused and I have pretty much complete freedom. I felt hungry, so I paused my video game and got up. That's when I suddenly got this eerie feeling. It's hard to describe, but I just felt something, like something was off. Shrugged it off, patted my cat, opened my bedroom door, and stepped into the hallway. Our hallway was a straight path leading to the staircase at the end, which took you to the ground floor. Just days earlier, we had painted the stairs and walls white. They used to be plain stairs and like old brown wood. As I walked down the creaky stairs, I remember getting annoyed at myself for being so loud as I didn't want to wake anyone. Once I reached the ground floor, I opened the living room door. Our living room was fairly big. On the left, there was a door leading to the basement. Straight ahead was the kitchen, garden door, and bathroom. To the right were the TV and couches and your standard family setup. I started making a chicken sandwich. Couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. All the lights were on, so I tried to ignore it. I put the chicken on a plate and grabbed it and about to head back upstairs when suddenly a feeling of fear hit me. Still get goosebumps every time I remember that moment. Panicked, I turned off the lights, shut the door, heart pounding for no reason I could understand, and then a scream broke through the silence. It was loud, so loud, just a woman's scream, like a wail, clear as day, as if she were right there in the living room. I ran up the stairs as fast as I could, completely terrified, and the strangest part will always be that nobody else in the house heard it. Just me. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe a pipe burst, maybe a neighbor screamed, but neither explanation makes sense considering how loud and close by it was. Something I never mentioned before when telling the story is 2 weeks later, my mom's aunt passed away from old age. And was it a sign, or was it something else? I have no idea, but that memory is burned into my mind and still terrifies me to this day. Memorial Day Spook. Once a year, I visit my family cemetery with other relatives. However, this was the first time my cousins came since 2019, the last time they visited her site. And mind you, they are adults with their own children and didn't have the strongest relationship with their deceased mother. They didn't even buy her a headstone, whose death was very sudden and quite tragic. But their mother is my grandmother's sister. I have a feeling their deceased mother was there with us today, and she was not happy. Never felt such an onslaught of sadness and bitterness that made me feel nauseous to my stomach so quickly. I had chills that weren't caused by the wind, and I swear somebody was following me around for a while until one of my cousins, her daughter, left to grab something from the car. The spirit never came back. The only reason I thought it was her was due to a dream I had a few years back with her in it. It was so realistically scary. I barely remember her face from when I was young, but her face was so vivid in the dream. She told me she was upset in the dream, and I can't remember everything, but it was a bad night for me. Then we randomly started talking about ghosts and how her world works. I remember waking up feeling the exact same way I felt today. Very odd dream, to say the least. I'm physically so exhausted despite getting 9 hours of sleep today, and mind you, the nausea stuck around for at least an hour. After we left the cemetery and traveled to go back to have a picnic, I felt instantly better. Today was interesting. Thought I would share this spooky Memorial Day. Strange encounter at Great Wolf Lodge at night. We've stayed here 3 times before, no problems ever. But this was the first time anything like this has ever happened before. We stayed at the Great Wolf Lodge and had a suite room. It has 2 conjoining rooms with 2 doors where you can lock the room from either side. The kids stayed in the kid-style room with the kids' bunk beds, and we stayed in the non-kid-side room. Kept the doors open for both sides, and I made sure the doors for both rooms were fully locked, including the lock where you can't fully open the door from the outside. At midnight, my son, 6 years old, ran into our room half awake next to our bed and was crying, half asleep. He was sitting up right next to us. I asked him if he had a bad dream. He said, "No, I really saw something scary in the room. It was a big kid with a dark shadow walking around, and I ran right past him to get here." I knew I checked the room before we went to sleep and figured it was his imagination, and we went back to sleep. Then, 3 a.m., my wife sat up frantically looking around, and I asked what's the matter. She said somebody yelled "Mom," and he honestly didn't hear that. Told her no, I didn't, and then she asked me to go check on her daughter. I go to the kid's bunk bed den in the next room. I found her out of the bunk, like bundled up in the corner, hyperventilating and full of tears. I swooped her up and she started saying, "Be careful, Dad, he's still in here." Ran her back to our room and laid her on her bed with my wife and started searching the whole place. Turned all the lights on, checked literally everywhere, and there was no one. Doors were untouched, locks still in place, windows unable to open. And honestly, I was feeling the walls and mirror and looking for hidden doors. I asked my daughter what she saw, and she said she was laying on the top bunk and thought at first it was me walking toward their bunk bed, but as I got closer, she realized it wasn't me. She said this person was taller and skinnier than me. It also had smooth white skin and a neck longer than a normal person's. Its skin was paper white, smooth, looked naked, but wasn't naked. Didn't appear to have much facial features. I asked if maybe it was a blanket. She said no, its skin was smooth without wrinkles, and it walked straight up to me and I covered myself. Then I watched it walk toward the door where your room is. I came down the bunk when it walked away and I peeked out the den window, but I saw it still walking toward your room, so I hid in the corner you found me in. I tried to stay quiet so it wouldn't hear me because I thought it would kill me. I started panicking and I couldn't breathe. Good trying to be quiet, thinking of running out the front door into the hallway. My wife asked her daughter if she was trying to be quiet, like why didn't she yell Mom? My daughter said no, I never said anything because I didn't want it to hear me and kill me. Didn't even hear our daughter say anything besides her hyperventilating as I got close to the bunk beds. Told my daughter to not mention what she had saw to our son, even after he tells us what he saw when he wakes up. I know he would be spooked if he found out his sister had a similar encounter a few hours after him. Both of our kids consistently sleep in their own rooms since they were little. Never ran into our room in the middle of the night unless our son had a rare bathroom accident. So at this point, we figured the kid's room was kind of sketchy, so we kept him with us. Then closed and locked our room from that room and took an hour for my wife to fall back asleep. I was honestly spooked by this whole thing, so I left the hallway light on and figured I'd just keep watch and stay awake till daylight. After she fell back asleep, the closet light I left on turned off and wouldn't let me turn it on, so I turned the bathroom light on. A little later, I heard loud knocking in the conjoining room door I had locked. I honestly got goosebumps, and I tried to convince myself it was coming from the front door, but I knew it was from the conjoining door. I debated whether to ignore it or to check it. I felt vulnerable lying down without checking, so I went and checked, and there was nothing, just an empty room. Luckily, still with the lights on. Half an hour later, my wife, still asleep, started freaking out in her sleep. She appeared to be having a night terror, which she had had before, 1 or 2 times a year in the past. I woke her up and she was frantic. She stood up and said she dreamt she woke up from a dream in the same bed, and she went to the bathroom in our room. Came out, ended up being stuck in the other room, locked in with an evil entity. She said it had her locked in the other room, and she was knocking like crazy in her dream, trying to get back into our side before the entity got her. Later in the morning, our son woke up and we asked him to describe what he saw. He said he saw what looked like a shape of a big, tall kid with a long neck, white-gray in color, and had a scary, big, dark shadow walking around the room. He said it was making weird noises, like it said it walked up right up to him in the bed and had big eyes. It wasn't speaking words. It glowed like our cat's eyes look in the dark. As the sun came out, we got the courage to go into the other room and grab our belongings to leave. The last weird thing is the room had a weird smell, which wasn't present there the day prior. It had smelled like a weird incense was lit. Kinda reminded me of those stick incense that were popular in the 90s. So I personally didn't see this thing, but both my kids, 6 and 9, who have never had encounters like this, saw the same thing 3 hours apart from each other, and had similar descriptions of it without knowing each other's descriptions of it. The only thing that differed in their description was my daughter said it appeared faceless, and my son said it had big glowy eyes and white-gray, not just white. However, My daughter covered herself when it got closer, and my son watched it approach. I did, however, witness, 1, both my kids having similar encounters, and 2, my wife wake up to something yelling "Mom," and 3, the light turn off and not turn back on, 4, banging on the conjoining room door, 5, my wife having a night terror where she was locked in the other room banging on the door 30 minutes after I heard the banging on the door. Never really been a big believer on hauntings and paranormal stuff, but after this, I'm left questioning in my head, and I find myself thinking about it all the time. Something I experienced. Over 20 years ago, I was in my late teens. I'd fallen asleep at a friend's house. I woke up at 3 a.m., sober by the way, and I had work that morning. So I walked home because my dad would drive me to work Saturday and Sunday mornings. I'll never forget it. It must have been in September or October. It was windy, but not that cold yet, but late enough in the year for the streets of my neighborhood to be completely desolate and abandoned at that hour of the night. I reached this intersection of my neighborhood, which I'd say was 2 blocks away from my house. This block didn't really have well-lit street lamps, so I would say if you were looking forward a half-mile down the road, only about 30% of it would be illuminated. So I'm walking toward my house, and under the street light, about 3 intersections down, this figure starts to emerge. I come to a complete stop. Couldn't believe what I was seeing. This person was wearing all white, and it was a man, but I don't know if I can recall if he was bald or not. All I know is that he was in all white. Kind of a glowing white. The strange part was that this person was fucking enormous, like a giant. Just seeing somebody that tall, I guess my instincts kicked in and the adrenaline just pumped into high gear. I cut across the intersection that approached and made a quick right turn. And when I tell you that I ran, I'd be lying. I soared. I remember running like a fucking reindeer. My feet barely touched the ground and all the muscles in my legs just went into overdrive, and yeah, it was like I was gliding home. I reached the edge of my property, looked to the left. The man I was running from was now approaching what would have been the second intersection on the block I was on when I first saw him. His head reached the middle of the stop sign that he was walking past, like the vehicle sides of a stop sign octagon, vertical. So the middle, I ran inside my house, and I didn't know what to do, and who would believe what the fuck I just saw? And this was the late 90s, so cell phones weren't really around yet, and people didn't walk around with cameras. Not teenagers, anyway. The next day, I went up to the stop sign and measured from the ground to the middle of the stop sign, 10.5 feet. I know what I saw, and I wasn't drunk or on drugs, but what I don't get is why would something that tall risk walking the streets on a Long Island suburb at 3:30 a.m. not being worried about being exposed? What was his intentions? Where was he going? Those are the questions I ask myself when I recall this crazy alien shit I experienced.